to hang up your phone. Okay, so I'll leave.
Did he get rid of those ugly curly things on his mustache?
We'll have we got about 4 things. You turn your head there, the pledge, certification.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to the green light and go ahead and open the meeting. Okay,
All right, Joe, you're live.
We got this.
All right, I have 12:06, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm standing in for Mayor Henders, who is joining us remotely. And let's start off with our prayer. Commissioner Rick.
Pray with me. Father, we come before you today. We come before you grateful that you have allowed us to be part of Canyon, Texas. Father, we thank you for the moisture that you sent. Father, we also come before you today asking that you will continue to bless our community. We ask that you will continue to protect our citizens. And Father, that you will get us through this situation that we're going through with this disease, and that you will keep as many people as possible safe. Father, for those that already have it, we ask for healing. Father, we ask that you continue to protect our citizens. And Father, we ask that today that you give us wisdom as we see these presentations. And Father, again, we thank you for what you've done for our community. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, guys. You should have meeting minutes from November 17th or November 16th attached. If there's no changes or additions, I will sure take a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move we approve the meeting minutes of November 16, 2020.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? Same sign. All right, passes unanimous. I didn't see a vote from Mayor, but I'm assuming you voted for it. All right, this takes us to item number 5, which is a workshop with presentations for the proposed downtown master plan from Norris Design, Kimberly Horn, and Friesen Nichols. And I will kick it over to you.
Thanks, Cody. I just want to welcome everybody for being here. We've got a lot of senior staff, planning and zoning, and EDC board. So thank you for everybody being here today. We've got 3 really good presentations from 3 great consultants that are all vying to try to get the city's contract for the master downtown plan. And it's a very exciting project for the city of Canyon, trying to take the SLAIR and the area of planning to the next level. So up first, John, who do we have?
Rick Leisner from Norris Designs. Rick, I'm going to start the clock here. You'll have an hour. If you want to ask me at any time, you know where you are time-wise, I'd be happy to share that with
I
you.
appreciate that. Sometimes we get a little long here.
Okay.
So we're going to try to move quickly.
All right, very good.
Is it okay if I take my mask off to
Yeah.
stand back? I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Mayor, city council members, or city commission members, city staff and everything, we really greatly appreciate this opportunity to be here for this exciting project. In essence, we feel that we've actually begun the project. We're going to show you some concept designs just to kind of get some interest and everything going. So let's begin our presentation here. What we're going to do is talk a little bit about the firm that I'm with. I'm a principal with Norris Design. I'm a landscape architect and urban planner. We have some other excellent team members here, but we're going to talk about some of our experience and then get into issues related to the downtown, specific to the downtown. Talk about how do you get community consensus within our unique setting, implementation, and then one of the things that Mr. Burns mentioned in that RFP is how do you go from a good plan to a great plan? So some neat things here coming out. Our team, again, Norris Design, we're a firm that is just landscape architects and planners. We're a creative organization based out of the building and designing and master planning public spaces, public events. Catalyst Commercial with Jason Klonch over here, we work with them extensively. We're working with them on a couple projects right now. They are a market economist. They help developments occur. They help understand why certain developments aren't occurring within a certain area. We feel that that's very important to the downtown area. Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, our traffic engineer cannot make it here today. She has some issues about traveling and everything due to COVID and everything. But they are a firm that is extensively focused on transportation planning. And then Brandt Engineers, Dwight, we can't say enough about the ability that you all have presented to have him on our team also. Norris Design is a firm of roughly about 160 individuals based out of Denver, Colorado. I'm out of our Dallas office. We have 20 people in that office. We also have another Texas office down in Austin. We utilize both of those offices to complete projects collaboratively. But this project is specific to the work in Dallas. I would be your point person for that effort. Catalyst Commercial, again, as I mentioned, they're a real estate development strategy firm. When you do design projects that are about trying to bolster and help grow economic development, you have to have a firm such as Jason's to be involved, to understand why things are happening or why they're not happening. So we'll talk more about the scope and everything. We have Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, and Brandt Engineers. Brandt is Dwight's firm, is the only firm that's not in Dallas, but we're glad that they're here. These are the individuals that you'll be seeing over and over through the Norris Design firm. Myself, Jason, Dwight, Suki is our transportation engineer. She assisted us on putting together some of the concepts that you'll be seeing. So these are the individuals that you'll be seeing. It's a principal-driven team, not really on the project manager side. This is one of the projects that we're very strong on, the McKinney downtown. I was involved in helping them develop their downtown master plan and then the design documents to help them build some of these different improvements in the downtown area. Here you're looking at a Texas wine bar, the outdoor dining of a small boutique hotel, and an ice cream shop all along one of the legs of the square. They went from a section of approximately 8-foot sidewalks to some of the sidewalks that are now up to almost 30 feet. And again, the big focus was growing outdoor opportunities and growing economic development in that outdoor environment. Our Denver office completed a project up in Frisco, Colorado. It's the downtown improvements there, streetscape improvements, outdoor dining, and a lot of areas to allow for special events and programming. And then we also have completed a project in Forney, Texas, all about attractive downtown, special lights in the area, street trees, and this basically is a pretty new photograph as far as their construction implementation. We have a series of other projects that we've been involved in, from Denton, Texas, over to Pilot Point, and a whole slew of other projects here across Oklahoma and Texas. And again, we do extensively public sector work. We understand working with budgets that come from the citizens, come from taxes and everything, so we're all about responding to what citizens need in their community. Jason, would you like to go ahead and talk to a little bit about the health and vibrancy of downtown?
You bet. We also have done an extensive amount of work with Rick and other teams. We've actually primed downtown plans. But all downtowns are different depending on where they are in the life cycle. For example, Georgetown, we were engaged. They're a very mature downtown, obviously Texas award-winning, but really reviewing, they had about 30 different organizations that were all doing different things. And so part of our role was to understand operations and help coalesce a unified business plan so they weren't pulling against each other when they wanted to have events and there was conflicting issues, and they all had different missions we respect, but they're really one unified vision. Terrell, Texas, really a historic downtown. Like you, they had some very wide right-of-way that was probably underutilized and had some streetscape that we were able to come in and bring a plan and process. In that process, we also worked with TxDOT on a turnback project, helping kind of reduce the lanes and turn that over to local conditions. Rogers, Arkansas, and Northwest Arkansas. One of the things that we want to understand is Obviously, we think about things in terms of co-opetition when you think about market. You obviously compete but cooperate with Amarillo in terms of a market shed. We set up a strategy for Rogers to actually complement some of the strategies at downtown Bentonville, which is also a very nice downtown, but also how Fayetteville and the knowledge workers all fit into that environment so that we could create a strategy where Rogers would differentiate themselves rather than chasing the same piece of pie as their neighbors. El Paso, again, a little bit larger, but a lot of historic buildings and fabric that we wanted to protect and maintain. But we were also able to bring in the ballpark and some of the other sports facilities and help leverage that because we wanted to draw in more tourism. And we understand that, Palo Duro Canyon and the benefits of the throughput, how can you take advantage of that? So we want to think about, all those different wallet shares. Weatherford had some very sensitive issues around their downtown. We've been working with them on their master plan, but actually creating a new bypass through downtown, through the historic neighborhoods to alleviate some of the traffic and congestion that was running through there. Again, thinking about, how transportation can relate to downtown improvement. Until we resolve the issues between the courthouse square and the green space and how tight the infrastructure hugs, there's no reason to really focus on the rest of the downtown revitalization because the traffic's too tight to allow that walkability that's needed and then Bastrop, again, taking advantage of a market that really cooperates with Austin, but a lot of historic fabric, and they had really a less market share to work with. And so how can we come in and really work on issues there? So, and then we have a ton of examples in terms of infill revitalization. Downtown Roanoke, obviously, is an award-winning downtown. A lot of what they did is took advantage of the market, but branding and branded themselves unique dining capital of Texas. We've been involved in over 300,000 square feet of investment, bringing in urban residential, getting the tax structure set up to allow the hospitality to work with Peabody Hotel, the first Peabody outside of Memphis. And so we have a whole history of how the city's infrastructure moved the needle to essentially create over $20 million in new taxable value in the first couple of years. Oklahoma City, we worked with them on setting up the TIF district on $750 million of investment that's occurred. If you haven't been to Oklahoma City, our work has been involved in positioning all the work from the core to shore and really creating that new urban environment south of the downtown. For Bryan, Texas, we're involved in finding an operator for the historic hotel, quarterbacking the quiet zone, issuing RFPs to developers and helping them revitalize their downtown. The Marriott in Odessa and the Torchies and Ector Theater and all the redevelopment and revitalization we've been involved in. Louisville, the city owns some property, so we were able to take 2.5 acres next to City Hall that was set fallow, bring in a new restaurant park, indoor-outdoor dining, and bring in some really high-quality operators. Not only did we issue the RFP, we actually helped facilitate those projects. And then Grand Prairie, very similar. We're actually working on doing the acquisition on behalf of the city, setting up a local government corp to give them a little bit more runway in terms of infrastructure. We're working with them on a turnback as well, and we work with them on extending the TIF district. And we've been working with TxDOT on about $50 million of funding, including the turnback and the local grant. So anyway, we really understand sort of soup to nuts. We're heavily involved in the planning and programming, but ultimately this is not a plan that you want to sit on the shelf. We're sort of the secret weapon or secret sauce that understands how to communicate. What are your values? What is the vision that you want to accomplish? What is the structure in order to do that? And how do you actually put together the regulatory and physical environment to make it happen? And that's essentially our role. And then building blocks, Rick and I spent a lot of time looking at, where can those retail interventions occur? How to integrate more arts and culture. I know you work on some bits and pieces, but how do you sort of maintain that? Is there a hospitality component? We've been involved in 3 or 4 downtowns where we've been able to bring in some small boutique hospitality components to take advantage of that visitor economy. You've got some great beginnings of open space. How can that be programmed more? How can you bring in more of the visitors and create some more vibrancy? Obviously, we've been looking at public realm. We'll talk about that in a second, and where restaurants could go. We spent a lot of time looking at the perimeter about historic preservation and really trying to preserve the character. I think there's always this juxtaposition between protecting the neighborhood but integrating downtown and letting downtown function for a tool for vibrancy. And then obviously there's some opportunity we recognize to create some infill housing. For me, when you know that you've got downtown right is when people start to want to live near downtown, to be walkable to what you've created down here. And I think, at this point, you probably have neighbors that live near downtown, but that's probably not the motivating factor. So excited to see that happen. So.
Good point, Jason. Clearly, the aspect of attracting residential into the downtown is clearly a goal. Okay, let's talk now about Canyon and the downtown specifically. Let's talk about the downtown design and everything. Let's remember, downtown is a very small area within the overall community. The comprehensive plan was just recently done. It talked a lot about the overall qualities of the entire community, transportation corridors, parks and recreation. Downtown, all of a sudden, we're going to get very specific and very focused on the downtown. One of the very nice things that's talked about in the comp plan is what is missing most. Restaurants, shopping, additional downtown redevelopment. All of those were of some of the higher areas, and entertainment. The item that in essence solidifies and defines what Jason is talking about is placemaking. You look at the comp plan, it talks about a lot of different components. You summarize that as placemaking. We need to put the downtown into an exercise to make more place there, where more people are wanting to go there, more businesses are wanting to go there. It's an attractive place to go set, and by the time you're there setting with 2 or 3 people, then you go buy something. You go create some revenue for the city. So it's about placemaking. Added revenue, what's that value that we're needing to create from placemaking? It goes to the shops and restaurants. It goes into the visitors and tourists. The city, of course, has a significant opportunity for revenue from sales of property taxes. The community has a great sense of pride. And again, there's a wonderful university here, the West Texas A&M University, and they're all about growing their tuition. So everybody has a play in the opportunity to grow. We're going to show you just some quick existing condition overviews. Everybody knows these issues quite well. I'm not telling anybody in this room anything new. But when we first look at 4th Avenue, State Highway 217, in essence, you have 15-foot wide lanes right through there. Jason, you used the term, what did you use? I just heard.
Underutilized.
Or no, you used like a use something. We call this road diets. TxDOT is now in the process of allowing opportunities to modify the design sections in very specific areas. They're doing this in neighborhoods, in downtowns across Texas. This area for about 1 block and maybe on both sides needs to go through a road diet process. Narrow the lanes, slow the traffic down, put a different design speed there. It then allows you opportunity for a little bit more pavement over here, which is what you need to help bring about more employment and sales. And let's also see if we can add some additional trees in there and help define some better crosswalks. As we look along 15th Street South, of course, this isn't any surprise to anybody, but we have kind of an intersection issue of different car movements. Everybody here in this room does it perfect every time. But once we start having success in this downtown and we get more and more tourists coming here, we got to make sure that we get people moving in the right direction. We also have a lot of safety issues for the pedestrian. So that intersection is really a hazard. We need more landscape to show, to identify to people from out of town, Amarillo and Denver and everybody that's coming here, that this is a place that's valued high. That's one of the most significant things quality landscape does. It's not a lot of landscape, but it's the appropriate amount. It gives a strong sense of pride and a big sense of economic development. And again, when you look north on 15th Street, you see the same issue about intersection conflicts, pedestrian crossings. This wants to be what we call a bulb out. It's a raised curb. It allows pedestrians a shorter distance to go across versus the entire long distance. We're also looking at opportunities for ADA and sidewalks over here. And again, it's a functional light standard, but probably not the best one if we're talking about a downtown area that's one of the most attractive in the community. we're putting together a very quick draft of what could be the downtown district. There we are in the square. We're roughly going from 3rd Street over, from 14th Street over to 17th Street, a block down to 6th Avenue, and up just a half block past 3rd. The quick identification of what downtown could be. It maybe wants to be close to this, but that gives the courthouse and the areas that are adjacent to the square, gives you the opportunity for what we're calling parking sharing, to utilize some of the existing lots to share parking between its daytime use and what might be a weekend or evening use. So that allows us 8 added lots with approximately 260 stalls. We've talked about, again, that road diet through just those 2 or 3 blocks there. What we're now going to do is get into showing you some different design concepts. Placemaking for this study, for this area, requires several different components. One of them is infrastructure. And we're very glad Dwight is here, because we've been talking throughout the last few weeks about where we have some drainage issues. We know there's the sensitivities of the brick pavement, what those issues about the brick pavement are and everything. I'm going to try to not get exactly into that, but it's something that's very important to understand. We need to understand that through the use of the community input. There's redevelopment opportunities. There's automobile and pedestrian circulation needs to help create a more safe environment for autos and pedestrians to move, and all of that is going to give us opportunities for landscape and a creation of new image. Here we are looking at the existing downtown area, north being up, 4th Avenue, 5th Avenue to the south. You can see the direction of the roads and everything. One thing you'll immediately notice is that square around the courthouse is fabulous. It looks nice and green, and then you'll immediately notice that you really have absolutely no green, very limited amounts of green, adjacent to the square and in the areas that's next to those retail shops, those restaurants. So how can we modify this to get a little change? First concept is a concept that's basically modifying primarily the intersections where you have five-way intersections. We're going to make those more traditional, more standard, into 4-way intersections. We're going to then allow you to get into the loop, what we're kind of calling the courthouse drive, at kind of 2 mid-block sections, 2 mid-block access points. Creates a more standard crossing for pedestrians, creates a safer environment to understand cars are stopping at intersections and everything. And I think we ended up, this has approximately 167 stalls. I think we lost about 18 stalls in this design. And again, this is a concept, hasn't been really designed in an extensive area. But you'll notice the amount of green that you're able to add when you start to add just a certain amount of pedestrian and automobile circulation. You also have an opportunity to put automobile roundabouts down on the southern side on 5th Avenue. Those would still allow you the opportunity to have those 5-point intersections. Roundabouts are actually considered by traffic engineers and everything to be a much safer movement system for automobiles and everything, and you're able to utilize the existing layout of that 5-point intersection. That, of course, would have to be tested. There's always a lot of concerns about local communities and citizens driving about that, but it clearly should be discussed and everything. And the next option, concept 2, is kind of looking at a maximum opportunity to maximize economic development. I'm going to first start at the sidewalks adjacent to the 3 sides, the east, west, and the south side. What we're doing is creating roughly 20-foot sidewalks along the shop areas, expanding areas and opportunities of where dining can go, where outdoor benches can go. You'll notice that we have just 4 trees along each side for shade and comfort, and again, adding that green aspect. What this concept has done is kept that same opportunity for egress into the courthouse lane, and along the courthouse we have parallel parking versus angled parking. That's how we're able to pick up that added area for wide sidewalks and create a larger area for increased economic development along the shops. And of course, one thing about this is we're suggesting this, or we're showing this as an option, but of course we haven't proofed it with input through shop owners and business owners and everything like this. But we're going to show you a little bit more about why we would like some potential consideration. Here we go from the existing section of approximately we have 10 to 12 foot wide walks with the angled parking. For that last concept, the second concept, would provide you opportunities for more outdoor dining, ample walking area, benches, and again, it gets you up to that 20 to 24 foot area. With increased parking with the added shared parking lots that we're showing throughout downtown. Community consensus, exactly. You can't talk about these options, these designs. Typically, you go through a process in engaging citizens, stakeholders, what we kind of call it, property owners, to get their input into these, to be designed accordingly. We use a whole series of different media, social media, public meetings prior to COVID, public meetings with COVID. We just completed a meeting over in Athens, Texas with Jason. We had roughly 88 people that showed up. I couldn't believe it. I would have thought 8. But we had 88 individuals. We do SWOT analysis, which is talking about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which is a physical discussion, a very nice opportunity to get people to engage in what's going well and what's not going well in an area. We do an awful lot of our analysis and communication of issues and comments in infographics, things that are kind of exciting to look at, engaging, less to read, more fun in a public meeting and such. And then there's something here I'd like to show you that our office has created, which is basically due to the COVID situation. We've created a virtual public meeting room. It's a website. Everything that would be at a public meeting is in the virtual area. Sean, thank you so much for your help. You just click on the website, you click on that little black box there, and it takes you to the virtual room to where you then go from station to station to station. And you're able to see an entry feature, and then you design the public room according to the meetings, the aspect of what that public meeting needs to do. This is looking at a series of goals. You scroll around, you click around or scroll. Why don't you go to the right? You want to, sorry. Each station, click on the black box. You can then go up to the area with question mark where the little pad is and the notes. You can go there and give digital information, keyed information into whatever the questions of that component is. We keep these up for roughly 3 to 4 weeks after a public meeting that might have a small amount of turnout. We've been getting hundreds of inputs into these. And a very interesting thing is we find out we get a lot of people, even outside of a community. I'm assuming they might be investors or whatever that's going in. Sean, can you scroll over to number, the next one over there? So these are just 3 large plan areas. If you hit the eyeglass, you're able to zoom in to exactly whatever your lot is or your home is and find out any specifics. So you have great detail. That's one of the things you can do when we're all in a room. You can go up and see it with great detail, but we've designed the ability to look at graphics. And then if you go up to that little, thank you, John. So all the questions that we ask at the public meeting, we then have a whole series of how you then ask them in the virtual room. You click on things, you can then get a whole series inputs out of that and everything. So, thank you so much. So our virtual public room, vitally important to the success of kind of an engagement strategy. And what we need to do is try to get to, oop, that's my job. All right, implementation. We're on the home stretch here, sorry. So keys for implementation are to design for additional economic development. One of the keys for a downtown. Create a place that your community values. We're not talking about designing an environment that came from McKinney, Texas here. We want to find out what the community here feels like it needs. And keep the design simple. Keep it very modest. Construction, you can design a whole series of items, but you use simple materials that have a much lower cost. And then a whole series of funding and policy components. Create a TIF district. Jason's helped us with numerous TIF districts on some of our projects. That allows you the opportunity to create a revenue stream that comes from your downtown and allows you to then build particular amenities in your areas. Create a new capital improvement plan. Update your development codes, which relates to your parking issues. And then a whole series of policies about, as Jason mentioned, do we want commercial development moving out into some of the residential areas, or do we want that commercial development to stay more tight and close into that expanded downtown district, which allows you protection of your residential neighborhoods? All of that we have to figure out, of course. Testimony, this is a real key part. Don Day at the city of McKinney, he used to be a city council member. He owns now 7 properties in downtown, several restaurants. He owns the boutique hotel, it's called the Grand, I think it's 14 rooms. He's kind of been telling us that widening the sidewalks in downtown was the single most important thing the city did for economic growth. Quality outdoor seating and dining is the key for profit margin in food service areas. And he's always been saying we need to attract people to downtown and we have to entertain them. And part of what we would like to say is we will bring Don Day to Canyon to assist in talking to property owners and owners of property and developments about what he's been able to do in McKinney, Texas. So as part of a workshop or a forum in downtown, we'd like to bring Mr. Day here to allow that transfer of information. Barry Shelton is the assistant city manager currently at McKinney. We worked with Barry on developing these plans, and again, he feels also there's such an extensive focus on widening the sidewalks to create that new added economic development source. And also programming in your downtown. He feels the programming needs to happen bi-monthly. Again, cannot talk enough about creating place. These are the things to go from a good to a great plan. You need strong input from your community, your stakeholders, your business owners. You have to have a planning process that balances growth with the knowledge of what the community wants. And we have to balance design excitement as it relates to construction costs and savings. We had a whole series of a process to work with you all. We can talk more about that if you have any questions or anything, but it responded to your schedule and for us to meet your schedule and everything. And then lastly, I think I'm right on time, that's a good thing. Why are we best for the city of Canyon? We understand the design challenges, what we feel better than anybody. We understand the relationship between economic development and the need for more parking. You can do both. We have the public engagement process, in particular in our COVID environment, that allows people that great ability to do things online 24/7 and give us input. We have brought you a team of experts. Dwight is an expert in local West Texas engineering and policy and design. I thank you again for having him on all your teams. He'll be a benefit to us. Jason Klonge and his team, again, experts in economic development and creating new types of development and the types of development that we want here. And again, also LAM for their expertise in traffic planning and everything. We're already into your project, and we feel that that's added value. We feel that that allows us to to start at a moment's notice and be able to converse with your community, your citizens, the mayor, city commission members, and city staff about the issues and what we've seen as opportunities. And we are very excited about the opportunity to work here. So I thank you for your time, and we're more than happy to answer any
Yeah, you
questions.
got 30 minutes, 28 minutes, so you're doing great.
Excellent. Well, we'd like to fill all those up with any Q&A if you'd like. So,
Would you kind of take us through the schedule and talk to us about the different types of meetings and different things that you cover
Sure.
to play?
as we have designed the schedule, let me get my other pointer out. Just that helps me here. At the end of every phase, there's a what we would call a public meeting. We will meet monthly with city staff and a steering committee, probably very similar to your comp plan. You had a steering committee or advisory committee. You want to organize that committee very carefully, and we'll meet with them monthly. And then at the end of every phase, there's a public meeting. Our hope would be that we could use this room. It's a great room. But then after that public meeting, we would have what we're calling the virtual workshops for roughly about 4 weeks. So a series of processes to get to that. We're also showing a series, and this is a very unique component as it relates to our design process. In our design process, we don't develop one concept and say this is the best concept, and from what we've heard and everything. We develop a series of concepts, usually about 3 design concepts that come from the citizens and the stakeholders' goals, what they feel that downtown needs to achieve, both economically, from an engineering and infrastructure standpoint, and from an aesthetic standpoint. We will then create 3 concepts, and then in the public engagement process, we'll ask citizens which concept they like or which parts of those concepts they like and why. And then we move those comments all together to create that preferred concept. That should have the significant buy-in, and everybody likes that. So that's our design process, to go through alternatives into the final. And again, then toward the documentation aspect of the report and different testimonials and a whole series of construction costs and everything like that.
Commissioners, anybody have any questions? I've got a couple. I think this one goes probably to you and Jason both. Our community has a steady growth rate right now, and so do y'all take any of those growth percentages into consideration in the economic development and design of downtown?
The short answer is definitely yes. And I'm going to let Jason talk a little bit more about that. But your community and its growth is a significant aspect. The fact even that we have students over at the university and that's growing. Tremendous to have both of those growing in our community. So Jason, just talk a little bit about how from a population and revenue standpoint that helps.
We do a ton of economic analyses and, obviously fiscal planning. And a lot of it has to do with, issuance of bonds and things that we have to be very precise. Creating TIF districts, obviously, you want to make sure that you're on the money. I think about things, and I think people think that economic development is almost voodoo, right? It's so confusing, and how do you figure it all out? I think about things in terms of wallet shares. Everybody's got a wallet here with them and a certain amount of disposable income. There's a certain amount of discretionary income. Everything else goes to certain components. You guys track where your fiscal revenue comes from, and so does the comptroller. So we have access to all that data. We understand what the propensity for people to spend money in, and some of that's going to go to restaurants, and some of it's going to go to hospitality and travel. And so we can break all that down. So absolutely, if you've got a base population, one thing we want to know, using cell phone data, you guys have seen the cell phone reports, we want to understand who's coming to downtown and why, and maybe who's not coming to downtown that lives in the greater market region. But as we start to factor in that growth, we want to understand what's the propensity for that growth, what sort of capture rate are we getting, how can we increase that pie by creating more gravity. As you add more restaurants, you'll create more demand through agglomeration. And then, what part of workforce are you currently getting? Is people that work in the area actually coming to downtown to eat during lunch? What part of the visitor economy are you actually getting that's going to the park and coming through? Maybe families are passing through the Panhandle to go to Colorado or wherever else they're going. We can measure all that, so we want to understand what's the residential base today, what's the forecast, how much are we capturing today, how much more can we capture, what's the workforce capture, how can we improve on that, what's the visitor capture, what can you do to position for that. And then we do a lot of work with universities. We're actually working with the Chancellor at A&M on, I mentioned the Bryan Project, about creating programs. That student population has a tremendous influence and impact. My guess is you're not getting a ton of the student population coming down here and hanging out, some of the coffee shops and some of the stuff is, but the way that you position and cater to downtown, and that may be intentional, could also be positioned to capture more of the throughput. It doesn't mean that you want to design a free-for-all and have a bunch of students coming in here, creating a different environment. So Bryan's a very good example of that. We're catering Bryan in terms of merchandising to cater to more of the affluent, family-oriented or graduate students rather than the younger students that may not have the wallet share that some of the other population. So long answer, but absolutely, where are our wallets? What is their behavior? How can we influence that behavior through design or programming? Or adding the appropriate amount of merchandising to sort of track what we want, who we want that aligns with our community values. That's a process. There is a science to it, but it doesn't need to be overly complicated. We can certainly break down and show you, here's what you're getting today, here's what we think the opportunity is, here's how you can increase the pie, increase the gravity through that economic development process.
I'd like to tell you one item that we proposed and has been implemented in Wichita, Kansas. And this is in a district just adjacent to their downtown. Instead of just having an area where you put public art on an area, and clearly your downtown is just really ripe for an opportunity to have public art and sculptures, create the program. The city can build the bases that the public art will be housed on, and then you put out a program that says, we have a design competition for artists all over New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Arizona, to have a juried set of public art opportunities. The winner gets their public art displayed for a year within the community. And the opportunities also for people to bid on that public art and then sell it at the end of the year. Take a look at what they're doing in Old Town, Wichita, Kansas. That's a program. They started with 6 pedestals. I think they now have about 24 pedestals. So it's really a neat concept. And again, what that helps us do, that helps us grow visitors and tourism into the downtown. Get you those art pieces, get you a changeover. They're actually having competitions and people are putting in for those sculptures almost around the U.S. right now. So just a little sidelight. Let's have some more questions.
One more question on your schedule. Do y'all feel confident? It seems a little aggressive. You're doing about 11 months. You feel confident about that rate? That it's not too fast?
It could be too fast. I'll be real honest. It could be too fast. We will go as fast as the community wants, but I do think that in going a little bit slower, there is a little bit more quality and a little bit more richer discussion and everything. And today, we want to get you your downtown plan as quick as possible so we can get a lot of excitement going, but it could be a little quick.
One sort of strategy I feel like a good plan should be birthing projects through the process, and so the more opportunities you have to talk about potential stakeholders that may ultimately want to invest in downtown or open a concept that we can stimulate that, the better. And there is a process when you're going through the public input process to find and vet those out and encourage those ideas and make sure that you're sort of positioning for those. So that's one reason to spend a little bit more time on public input and sort of nurse and incubate those ideas, because ultimately you want to make sure that this plan caters and pallets to really good ideas. So that may be one benefit of go slow to go fast, right?
One of the unique things about our public is we're highly educated, right?
Yeah.
It's a little different than most towns. So public engagement, I know that the body here is very important.
Yes, it's key to developing your plan, your design, the specific needs and everything. We could be totally off on those initial little concepts. Well, we're maybe close, but again, it's just something to get our group here kind of thinking about. Yeah, public input is vitally important.
Have you guys explored funding mechanisms, obviously you need to know what you're funding before you fund it, but is it, you know, is it TIF or
So
bid or any of
I'll
those
give you
tools?
my 2 cents on my thoughts on that.
Sure.
So we've had a lot of investment in the last 3 to 5 years. It would have been ideal, probably to establish a TIF
Back then, yeah.
back
Yeah.
then. Is that still valuable today? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is or not. We've had some very great property owners that have put those in large investments, and several of them are sitting behind me. And so, I don't know, that's the uncertainty, you know, or maybe an improvement district, you know, of some sort.
Sure.
We've not really moved forward. We want a plan in place before we just start something. I've personally done a TIF before.
Yeah.
That's what we've done an awful lot of.
We've done a lot of TIFs. I think they're great tools. Again, when the values are sort of positioned right, and, you know.
Will you give a 2-second synopsis of what a TIF is? I know a lot,
Yeah.
I know very well, and will you all just give just a quick summary?
Yeah, so you have currently, you've got a current value, you've got base values in place, and those monies, depending on how they're appropriated, generally go to the general fund. So, you know, whatever your value of your business or your house is worth, those property taxes go into, the general fund of the city's coffers. A TIF essentially fixes any net new revenue that gets created, so as values increase, the base still goes back into the city, so that the city's current budget isn't affected, but any new values that get created, and obviously when you create a plan, you're creating intrinsic value, I would say that everybody thinks that market is always the issue. I've spent, 30 years doing market analysis, and I tell you the number one issue and the best thing that can create value in this process is having a unified vision. Lack of a unified vision is a much stronger impediment to creating market opportunities than the market itself. Your market is constrained, it's fixed, you're not gonna have access to 2 million people. That will maybe, but that's gonna constrain what you can and can't do and maybe what you want to do, but essentially a TIF will take the new revenues and allow you to reinvest it within that district. And so you'll create a project and financing plan of kind of what you want to get done, and as revenues become available, you can spend an additional revenue, back into downtown.
And you actually team up with your other local government entities.
Sure.
Yes.
And that's what I was going to say. Roanoke was done completely through general funds. They spent over $20 million in public investment that's created huge impacts. So I'm not, suggesting that you have to do a TIF. I mentioned, we're working on, $50 million of funding in downtown Grand Prairie for the turnback. Part of that is obviously with TxDOT, but a lot of that is through EDA grants. There's probably Tiger funds are going to be available. The Arlington and Dallas are both involved in cooperating, and so once you understand what you want to do, then we can get creative and figure out how to get to the funding mechanism. And we don't have a bias in terms of what that needs to look like. It needs to fit the community.
And there's also a very strategic thing. You got to working to define that boundary.
Right.
One of the things that I think we need to consider here is to make that TERS or TIF district boundary not just include downtown, but possibly also extend east along 4th Street over near where we have some existing commercial development. So all of that revenue, sales tax and everything can come help us support growth and development here. So
and I would
that's
probably,
something important.
I would probably say that, we always have good conflict, kind of like I'd call it, healthy conflict, but my definition and version of downtown may be a little bit larger. Obviously the university has an influence. You've done a great job with the quiet zone, with a railroad, and the question is how large do you make the downtown boundary? What are you trying to protect? What are you trying to reinforce? What are you trying to revitalize? And so you're really trying to figure out the appropriate boundaries of downtown. I completely agree when you think about downtown, the core area. I think that's been pretty much what was discussed and described. But how big does the influence area need to be, and what are the goals and objectives, and how big does the plan really need to be? Obviously, the larger downtown, the more variables, but maybe the more influence and benefits that you can make over time.
And that's why we asked for that in the RFQ.
Yeah, that's
And that was
exactly
the
right.
question we asked.
It's
specifically.
extremely important. It is probably the key thing on implementation.
We didn't tell them what the size of downtown was. We said, you need to help us define downtown.
Yeah.
So that's why that's been important.
Yeah.
Got about 14 minutes, Rick.
Yeah, who's got a couple more questions here? I'm sure one.
Rick, what does your queue look like right now? Your work queue.
Our work queue, that's always a good question because People are pretty busy right now. We are just finishing 2 big planning projects in the month of January, February. So we have a significant opportunity to assist you all in an aggressive way. Yeah. And would love to, if you ever have an opportunity to be back in Dallas, to come by and take a look at our office.
And Jason, y'all,
We stay busy, honestly, with the work that we do. There's certainly need for the financial analysis and fiscal impact and market analysis. We'll be very busy the first 30 days. We'd like to be involved in the workshops. And then really, we want to be involved in helping you guys facilitate and implement with the private sector business plans in Burke. And those are on a case-by-case basis. If the plan's successful, then we would like to be back on the ground helping you guys actually work the projects and get the infrastructure. And right now, that's to be defined. I think you've got to get the vision set. You've got to get the design understood. There's some market analysis work and some framework. And again, I think our schedule.
and to make that clear to everybody, you would come in and when we got back our plan,
Yeah.
it would suggest that we do a tiers. It would suggest that we do these things. Then for us to follow that process, we could turn to a firm such as yours,
Sure.
and RFP, RFQ, whatever we wanted to do, and hire you to help us do those.
Yeah, our firm's very unique. We're involved very deeply into these plans because we want to make sure that they're market-based and the design is appropriate to stimulate the market. But we're working with cities and issuing the RFPs and finding the developers and bringing the operators in and helping coalesce the business plans and figuring out.
That's phase 2.
Phase 2, yes.
That's not included in this plan.
Part of our thinking, obviously, you need to understand what the infrastructure and the environment is and what the vision is to help you guide that. So the framework will be certainly in place, but actually the physical work of doing what I consider birthing the projects obviously would come after the plan.
Now, an aspect for us to not forget is Mr. Day in McKinney. He was a past city council member. I think he's unbelievably important to come here for the day and allow us to pick
Sure,
his brain
absolutely.
with you, Jason, and everybody here in this room to understand how he went from not owning any property to now one of the largest property owners and very successful. Google Don Day in McKinney, Texas, and you'll learn a lot about him. He's a fantastic person for the community. I'm sure he's also doing well economically and everything, but he's built some real nice. McKinney, Texas, I always tell people, used to be the greatest place for knick-knack shops in the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. You could go there and knick-knack shop with your wife or your in-laws and be a great little place. Now in McKinney, Texas, the nicest restaurants in that entire city are downtown. It's just a wonderful transformation that's happening.
Commission and Mr. Mayor, we can continue to ask questions as we go along, but I'd like to open it up to the public for comments or questions. If anybody here, I don't know how you want to do that. You want to just have them just come up and...
Yeah, or wait for hand.
Okay. Yeah.
Where they're at. If I have questions they'd like to ask the presenter.
You got about 10 minutes.
Maybe Jim?
Just a quick question. And I know we addressed it at some point, but it just sort of earlier than the common interest, but talked about going to parallel parking and you talked about the loss of 18 parking spots. Well, at the same time, we're trying to attract more people. Where are y'all considering parking?
Well, I'll just take you to that plan, but one of the key things I would say is we have to understand that parking in the downtown should be broader than just the area around the square. And what we need to do is make sure that we have good signage to say when you're driving around the square and you can't find that spot, that you see these signs every leg you go around. Public parking this way, public parking this way. And initially those could be shared lots. Part of, I think, the Baptist church here in town has a great couple of lots. They're extensively used, I know, at certain times. But at other times, if we got the cooperative agreement between them and the city, we could have patrons park over there. So then we could put a sign system together and get people from the downtown that want to shop here, festivals and everything, to find that secondary location and know where all the parking is. So in essence, in our very quick concept of looking at downtown, and again, I'm not 100% certain at any means that our area that we have is exactly correct, we're roughly picking up 260 spots, even with losing those 18 in that nice wide pedestrian concept.
So net gain, we're working on a successful downtown. The parking regulations, no matter what the use, only require 1 to 300 parks, which is substantially less than what you need once downtown is fully vibrant, what I call fully loaded. But that was very strategic. They wanted to make sure that they put as much program in downtown as possible and create as much economic development opportunities and vibrancy. But now with the revenue that's been created from that, the city's actually put in 2 additional parking garages, and then we help catalyze 1 public-private garage with a little bit of vertical development. The city participated in part of the public parking to actually induce more scale. Scale in downtown is hard to sort of induce. Everything sort of wants to be 1 story because that's what everything is. And so the city helped, in part of the incentives, induce 2 stories, which created some additional parking, which mitigated now their loss. So now they're going to have more than an abundance of parking, but they need it now. So anyway, it's not that you're going to take or add parking in a vacuum. You want to certainly think about what happens over time and what does downtown look like fully loaded. And that's part of that the scenario planning that Rick talked about of how to get there. So that we're not thinking about what is the optimal design without thinking about some of the functional needs of some of the businesses. And you have more parking than you need today, obviously, other than festivals and events, but you certainly don't want to take out parking that's going to be needed once downtown gets fully loaded, for sure.
One opportunity you all asked us to talk a little bit about was where are some redevelopment sites or some new development sites in the downtown area. And I'm sure there's probably people here from the county, but one area that you have, there's 1 surface parking lot adjacent to the chamber, close to White's office, that if you really look at a lot of activity happening, that's actually a development site. The city could work at creating additional parking areas. There's a couple multifamily sites right there that could allow for a nice extensive lot and allow us an opportunity to have a new development there, to bring that about through creating a revenue stream. So we have a few other choices like that, and I know that's valuable parking for the county. So
I hope this isn't being recorded, and I hope nobody lives there. So that's just a concept or idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, probably.
Yeah, we're spitballing right now. Yes, sir.
Can you speak to timeframe implementations? If we decide on a plan, what the effect has been to different cities, some that do it in stages over 5 or 6 years versus a 1-year plan, full complete job, and what the results in other cities have been?
That's a great question. I was going to bring the report, our downtown McKinney, it's downtown implementation plan. Take a look at it online. But in essence, we went from creating the vision to organizing all the entities and the programs to final construction of those wider sidewalks in about 8.5 years in McKinney, Texas. And there was also, TxDOT was involved in that. We created some road diets there to reduce the lane. So you can go from vision to complete implementation, and they did 2 phases. There's 2 phases of construction in that 8.5 years. That's just one example.
Roanoke, 2 phases, 12 years. First phase roughly matured, completed in 6, and then they extended Oak Street for another phase, basically the same amount of public investment in about 12 years. Oklahoma City is a little bit different, much larger scale. They had the MAP 3 funding was substantial, and they basically pushed through all their funding in 7 years. They got $750 million deployed in 7 years, which obviously stimulates the market. There's places like Terrell that love the vision, but haven't committed to the public investment just because of politics. And the turnback hasn't happened. They just haven't advanced some of the projects. There's been some incremental development that's spurred on from the development, but the plan is implementing much slower just because there's not as much momentum and inertia behind it. Probably more private sector, but you've really got to do your market work carefully because you want to make sure you're spending enough private work that can be repaid. You don't want to get out ahead of your skis, but the slower you sort of buy in on the public side, the slower the private buy-in will be, and you want to stimulate those and accelerate that as much as possible with a really good vision.
A key thing to tag on, and we'll get to it, just a couple more questions. The public sector in redevelopment and revitalization, 99% leads. If you want, even in residential redevelopment, if the city goes in and puts in new curb and gutter and paves over a street, then you'll start to see new development occur on that street or new homeowner activities. So that's exactly what we're proposing, and you all are suggesting here. For more growth and development in downtown, the public has to lead, the public sector, to create a safer, more attractive environment for newer sales and new development and everything. And it all happened with the market. This is a totally market-driven process. There's no shenanigans of working against property owners and everything like that. We want to work with them. So,
Did your firm study the aging infrastructure as far as public utilities in that area before you decided to do this project?
can you just say the first part of your
Did your
question?
firm study the effects of the aging infrastructure as far as public utilities in that area?
I'm going to ask Mr. Dwight to give us a little input here. You are right. The infrastructure issue needs to be dealt with. We just have to find out, kind of understand the added value that we get for that. But Dwight, please.
The lines in downtown Canyon are very old, some of them more than 100 years old. It was an initial development in town. And so right now we're doing replacement of water lines on Fifth Avenue. And I know that some of the other areas downtown are in really bad shape. The water lines were replaced in the alley that's south of Fifth Avenue that was replaced for the concrete parking lot is. And so part of this revitalization would be probably replace the water in the sewer lines in those areas. Also, we would need to talk with the gas company and with the power company because more than likely the power lines need to be underground in the alleys. And the gas lines may need to be replaced also with polyethylene lines. So that would be part of what we look at here. But it's not usually what we think of whenever we think of downtown revitalization. But the utilities, drainage, and those things are very important because we take a high priority in what we look at.
And also we're going to talk about internet access. We want to make sure we have high-speed internet access for all the blocks adjacent to downtown. So that would be a part of an infrastructure plan for improvements and everything. So
1 minute.
I think we have 1 minute left. Is there another question from our group here or anybody?
What about a study of conductivity, just parts of the pedestrian or bicycle, go look at that?
Mayor, that's paramount to making sure that we have bicycle connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, to get those residents to come more into downtown, purchase things, buy coffee. Yes, all of that is a huge part of the downtown plan.
That was my reference to how big downtown should be, because I think really the study from the university into the core and how you cross the quiet zone and the railroad safely certainly makes sense. One tool that I love, if you've got Strava, go to the heat map labs. They actually show you where people walk and cycle that have that app going. It's a really cool heat map. So you can actually see where those patterns are and how you would connect those to downtown. Great question.
You want to put a bow on it real quick for us?
I sure will. I want to thank you all very, very much for this opportunity. We're going to be the first team that you're going to be talking to today. And I know there's some excellent individuals that are going to follow. I sure hope that you'll have an opportunity to think of us later on in the day and everything. If there's any other follow-up questions or anything like that, more than happy to, if you give us a ring, answer an email or anything like that. But thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that presentation and some great questions, some great presentation. Let's take about a 15-minute break. I have 1:10, we'll see us back in 1:25.
We're going to take a break.
Thank you, very good presentation. Physical therapy. Very good job. Love what we did. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Yeah. Rick enjoyed it.
I like some things you said.
Sean Great. How are you? You can, unless you want to be
That's a good thing, though. And I'm glad it continues to work.
How are you?
I gotta come and say hi.
As I was landing, just looking at when I came through here on Saturday, it's like 40 cars. And as I was driving, how bad of a road was. This is your wedding.
What's that? Austin? So Austin, so on this type of project, it would be more landscape architecture. You just simply go in with people and they spend, and Sean was sometimes these flexions across the
Good to see you too. Yes, exactly. How's it been again?
It's good.
You have to say that.
Yeah, we can all talk. We can have a separate slide for conversation, so you'll find out what it is. But he can tell you how it is.
So I didn't put it together. So I said, oh, a new name. I assumed that it was because you were city manager here for the company. And then, no, it was Sean. I think it was Sean.
Maybe line straight in the back of the
He's got another dog. We've got another dog back there. Can't do back of my head. It's too ugly back there.
I have transparency, so it's
At least it's not clear like ours.
We're a little thin here.
I forgot about the camera. So you do.
Yeah, it's going on.
It came up like 2 months after it sold.
It's not, there's a comment from
That's a rhyme. Don't breathe and everything. Strike that. That's all. Strike that from the record. Strike that from the record.
yeah, and we got to do this.
Downloading video files and now Facebook page, mark that, acknowledged, and again, because I saw somebody I didn't know it,
You get to literally stop it now?
yeah, I have to literally stop it from here. And then also get a read on crowd side, and then our provision system, sitting on, that's the outside. And walk, touching it, like it's walking. So it'll walk upstairs. That would save me a lot of time, and I would go through this wall. That's what I do now.
As a ticker.
I like it. I like that. More parts. Bigger sidewalk.
Hard part. A lot of that's text on it. Funding through text on it comes out certain program. Why? 2007. Yeah, 2007, and a hurricane hit and that funding went away. Oh man. We went all down south. We were all geared up. He's got anyways. Cool stuff, huh? They just walk back and forth.
Suck.
How are you?
Good.
Busy?
Yes, sir.
Were you everything okay?
Yes, I was.
I'm trying to get back to you. Worked on that.
96, 95. Joe Pogner. Yeah, I was a young planner.
Okay.
And that's about the same time I started working with Rick Weissman. So we all worked together.
Waiting on one more. Our mayor is on the laptop, so this is Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Gary Hendricks is on there. He should be able to hear y'all.
All right, I have 1:25, and so to respect everyone's time, we'll get started back again. And Joe, again, I'll kick it back to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. So this is our second presenter, Kimley Horn. John, you have anything to add to it?
Yeah, no, Mark Bowers is here to lead the team. This isn't Mark's first rodeo in Canyon.
That's right.
He's been here long ago. He can share that. So I'll just turn it over to them, and I'll let you know that I'll keep the clock going, and you have 1 hour.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Mayor, members of the Canyon City Commission, and guests in the room, we really appreciate this opportunity to visit with you today about Kimley Horn and our team's qualifications to work with you on your downtown master plan. So just very quickly to add on to what John said, he brought up my tie to Canyon. Years ago, when I was a young planner at a firm called HOK, I worked closely with the project manager. His name was Joe Pobner, who did your comprehensive plan back in 1995, and that was one of my first comprehensive plans. So I was a little disappointed we didn't get to work on your last comprehensive plan, but we would love to help you implement it as a part of this downtown master plan. So there's one key thing I want to share with you as we kick off. Kimley Horn, when we approach downtown master plans, it's not a cookie cutter approach. We don't have a format for every master plan we do and just assume they're all going to have the same elements. Every master plan we do is suited to what's needed in that particular community. Whether it's a project like Richardson, where they had a whole lot of development opportunity, they needed to do a lot of redevelopment, but there wasn't really a vision, so we helped the community come together on a vision. Whether it's a community like Mesquite, Texas, where there's a whole lot of cool old buildings in the downtown area, some historic elements, but at the same time there was just a mess with infrastructure and public spaces, and we helped them make sense of what they could do to move forward to get dirt moving in their downtown area. This is just an additional view of Mesquite and the types of graphics we're able to complete. Or Odessa, Texas, where we do a downtown master plan, but they're really trying to move forward with developing some key partnerships and get some people to come in and develop some key projects that they want to see happening. So each community had a little different thing that they were after. In Rowlett, Texas, it was all about trying to get development and develop tax base in the downtown area. So we did a whole lot of market work, market support, market research to be able to get to that point. And I want to point out that we're already working in Canyon as we speak. Jeff Whitaker, who you'll hear from a bit more in a few minutes, is working as part of an MPO mobility project and looking at 4th Avenue, and has already been working, develop some visioning along 4th Avenue. So if you haven't seen this yet, you'll probably be hearing more about it in the very near future. So wanted to talk just a little bit about Kimley Horn. I guess the key thing about Kimley Horn is we're made up of a lot of practice builders like Jeff and myself and Brad that come together. We have different backgrounds, but we come together to work on projects depending on what the project need is. We essentially locate our offices to serve clients. So a lot of firms you'll see will have one office in Texas and one in California. Kimley Horn is a nationwide firm, and if you look at the spread we got in Texas, that is all set up to serve the clients that we have and provide that service. I guess the key thing I'll say about that national expertise, while we have a lot of employees and a lot of planners and landscape architects in Texas, it's really great to have that depth across the country, because I have never worked on a project where there wasn't something really unique that popped up, and we have that resource across the country to be able to say, hey, have you faced this before? How did you solve it? And be able to bring those solutions back to a client. Even though they're not a part of the project team, they're available to us as a resource. So I introduced myself a moment ago, Mark Bowers, planner, landscape architect, over 32 years experience. Brad Longberger is a key member of our team. He is focused on the market strategy, but also urban design. And he has a lot of involvement with public involvement, stakeholder involvement. His background is planning, but also architecture. Dwight Brandt is a part of the team. Obviously, local resource, professional engineer. Will be very important to understand what is in his head related to previous things you looked at and previous problems that you faced. Jeff Whitaker, who is a planner and an engineer, and actually MBA as well, which is an interesting combination. Jeff actually is focused on mobility, and really has some great mobility, bicycle, multimodal mobility solutions. And then Sean Konoski, who is out of our Lubbock office, professional engineer, and really is helping translate a lot of the engineering solutions for the planning project. Want to talk a little bit about our team experience. With several of our team members have more than 15 years experience working together on projects. All of our team members have worked together in the past. This is just a sampling of some of the downtown plans that we've worked on. But to just provide a little bit more detail, across the left side of this graphic, you see the key staff members that have been assigned to the team, and across the top, the various downtown master plans. And the reason I will say we didn't all work together on every downtown master plan is because we have different expertise. And each master plan called on different expertise. But across the board, all of our team members have worked together, and in many cases in multiple situations on the same projects. So you asked us to talk a bit about our approach. We don't want to spend a lot of time today going into the detail on the approach, but I do want to tell you that we have 3 key phases of the project. The first is what we call the state of the square. It's really the data gathering and understanding those conditions and those elements we need to be dealing with. The downtown master plan components, which is each of the components: mobility, urban design, the downtown framework, infrastructure, and then the implementation strategy, which is a critical part of getting the plan to move forward and get built. The citizen and stakeholder engagement is continuous throughout all 3 of those phases. It will change based on where we are in the process and the type of information we're trying to gather. But if you have any more questions about what was in our approach, in our qualifications, we would be happy to answer those during the Q&A. So you asked us to a question about what turns a good plan into a great plan, and some thoughts that we have on that. And really, that's how we structured our presentation today. We would suggest to you that all of the firms that you're talking to, if they've made it to this short list, they've probably got some good planning. They've got great graphics. They've got 3D visualization techniques. They can develop implementation strategies, beautiful master plans, talk about public spaces. But our team is really structured, as I said, with planners who are also architects, also engineers, also landscape architects. We work in the real world on getting projects built. We bring that knowledge back to the planning process. And so we think a great master plan is one that hits your end goal of getting things built. And so that's what we want to focus on today. And the way we do that, and we'll break down the presentation into 3 pieces. We form project champions that will take the plan forward and team with you to make sure it gets implemented in the future, so it's not just falling on the shoulders of the city. We'll look at the opportunities on the square and how we will investigate the real-life solutions to those, and then apply those back to the master plan to be able to develop strategies to move forward. And then we'll show you some case studies on how we help communities vision and then realize that vision. And some of those examples were in our overall qualifications package.
I get to talk to you first about forming project champions. And really what that is a torchbearer. Who is actually going to carry this project forward into implementation, and how do we build those assets at the front end of the process? Really, building a vision is based on 3 main factors. It's the physical alignments, the physical opportunities, what is actually able to be built on the ground, making sure key market opportunities are aligned, both through a transparent process that brings bankers and real estate brokers and developers into the conversation about what the reality of market conditions are, and also community aspiration, making sure that as things are built or as things are designed or implemented, they're meeting the community's needs and their goals and their values themselves, which are always very unique. They often have a similar parallel to other places we've worked in, but they always have a unique attribute that they need to be able to claim to make it their own. And how we do that is by layering a decision-making process between a variety of different stakeholders. City staff are a foundation to this process to make sure we're talking to the right people, we have the right stakeholders in the room, and we're actually setting them up for success in the long run because they're eventually the ones that have to implement it on behalf of the city. As we look at interested citizens, making sure they're in the room to provide us feedback. Our steering committee and stakeholders are there to validate that citizen feedback to make sure it's actually not maybe being misconstrued as a different kind of concern or topic, because there's a lot more of the steering committee and stakeholders will actually have more of the longevity. With a lot of the interested citizens, sometimes you have old voices, sometimes you have new voices. The stakeholders and steering committee help us kind of weed through those and make sure we understand the validation. And ultimately, P&Z and City Commission will be involved through the process, but ultimately it's their decision that will be to recommend and then also to approve and regulate that as you move forward into the future. Each of those groups has a critical role through every one of our phases that we have, whether it's from data gathering to make sure we have the right information, the plan components, and then into implementation. Each one of those groups has a lasting relationship with this plan. And will have to be involved and in tune with the process as we move forward. And so that's part of our job, to make sure that everyone is being involved, that we're hearing them, and that we're being responsive to what they're actually saying. Not just taking it, writing it down, and putting it into an appendix. The Steering and Advisory Committee is a critical asset to this program. I often use them as a way to be a critique against the work that we are performing. To make sure that they're being vocal, that we're hearing them, that we're understanding, that they challenge us as we move forward. Because if we're not being challenged, then you get lackadaisical kind of information and it becomes more boilerplate. We want to make sure that it's unique to y'all, that your values are baked into this plan, that you're really serving as your own, sharing your perspectives, and ultimately you are the torchbearers to connect us to local groups, local communities that you're all affiliated with. Those stakeholder groups and those steering committee groups need to reflect a variety of different age and backgrounds. We like to make sure that we're hitting a lot of different demographics, a lot of different lifestyles. Make sure that we're hitting all of the major stakeholder groups because they have big plans. Institutions are always big leaders in our communities, and so with West Texas A&M, making sure that we understand their desires and their connections to downtown, how their students and their staff and their faculty use the square itself, and how they're able to move forward as a partner. And then also those different perspectives. No, you're good. Keep me going. So a project that I got to work on that was pretty significant, where a torchbearer was able to carry it forward. One of our stakeholders was a potential investor in a convention center site for the city of Odessa in their downtown. And so through our master planning process, we already kind of had the site laid out. They already sort of had a design, but they weren't quite sold on the impact that the convention center hotel would have on downtown. And so through our planning process and guided conversations with that investor, we were able to convince them that not only is it going to be good for the community as a whole, but really it's a way to catalyze development in downtown and can start to build on different elements and different public infrastructure that would also be required, and give the city the focus and the aptitude to start to make that buy, make that investment to improve the infrastructure around it. And so we went through that design process, and then it was built. It is built today, and it's starting to really impact that area. Okay. So looking at some of the opportunities that we can build on for the square, you got to look at our existing context. And really, you've got amazing bones. This is when I came out here a couple years ago. I did a little talk in the same room right here to the Northwest Texas APA, and I got to explore and tour and hang out at the restaurants and drink at the bars, and it was just such a great experience to be able to meet folks from the community, but also folks from the region that identify Canyon as a special place. And so the great form of the buildings around the square, the very cool building right in the middle of the square, the great grid. You've got some parking lots that could probably have some better impact on it, but ultimately you've got something great to work with. A lot of communities don't have this, and so how do we build on that to really make a lasting impact? And in my role, I often work with developers and public cities and municipalities, so to help translate between the two. Sometimes the dialogue and the language isn't always meeting eye to eye. And so what I focus on is the right type of rules, the right type of zoning, and the right type of incentives to make these projects happen. And so we want to make sure we're removing barriers, whether it's zoning or subdivision or just the market perspectives of the area, making sure that we're meeting some sort of development character, especially around the square. There's an inherent character that we want to imbue in the plan itself and make sure that we're actually carrying forward. And in your regulations, it really comes into a healthy compromise between promoting flexibility, making sure designers and developers can do the project that they want to do, while also requiring a predictable development and predictable results for the community and the citizens, and also for the economy, because if a person's going to come in and put their money into a property, they want to make sure that the neighbor and the person across the street or down the street has the same interests, same value creation, same character requirements that they have, because that secures their investment.
And another key component that I like to get very involved in is looking at an effective open space strategy. And when I say strategy, I truly mean a strategy for downtown areas. So you have an existing park that is a great facility in the downtown area. We know that you have festivals here, but we always look at these downtown areas as being the heart of the community. It's the front yard for the community. People want to go there. They want to come down to restaurants. They just really feel like there's a sense of place. So through this, we can help build upon the sense of place that's already here and accentuate that. So we look at a strategy of working with the public spaces that you already have to be able to maximize their effectiveness. And in the case that we're showing you right here is for Prosper, Texas, where they had just built a new town hall. There were multiple properties around the community that were owned by the city or by the EDC. And so what we did is we worked very closely with them on those properties and said, how could we create an open space that becomes a front lawn on a property owned by the EDC to essentially become a redevelopment site for future investment, creating catalysts. This one right here, we said, what if we create a site, maintain the remainder of the publicly owned property to create some restaurant pad sites so that people can look onto a green. So we did that throughout. Alleyways, we looked at an existing street to say it would become a festival street. Why do you want to build a huge plaza that is functional a couple of days of the year when you have a big event, if you can take a street and design it in a way that you can just plug in with festivals and tents and electrical and all of those types of things to be able to have that type of venue. So we look at this as something, if they have their 4th of July celebration, they can use all of these venues and have different activities going on, or if they just had somebody playing guitar on a night outside a restaurant, that could happen in this location right here. So we think that it can be strategic in the way we develop that.
So one of the things I was looking at is circulation of pedestrians and vehicles are very important in the downtown. So I was thinking of Canyon, one of the projects I worked on is Old Town Burleson. It had a lot of the similar items that you, I think, experienced here. So I'm going to walk through some of those items. The first when we started the project is figuring out what the issues were. So we laid out, how do you circulate vehicles and pedestrians? In this case, they had plenty of parking, but they had more of a, where is the parking? How do I walk from the parking? How do I get there? How do you leverage that parking? How do you improve walkability? How do you create a sense of place? One of the important things that staff wanted to know is, how do we sell this? They were looking at having a bond in November, so the citizens were going to vote on this. So we had to have the correct projects that everyone could buy in on and the feel of the town. So what you see over here is the overview of the plan. They had a main street that ran next to it. Lots of wide space. The circulation wasn't great. And so one of the ideas we had was a lot of space, circulation's not great. Maybe we can resurface and rebuild that road. Does that sound familiar? Maybe where there's a lot of space, 100 feet between the square and the buildings, maybe that could circulate a little bit better. We also want to leverage alleyways, large parking lots on the outskirts. How do we encourage people to use these parking lots and walk over to the destination retail? came up with the idea of future developments, future parking lots extending across a state highway being hard to cross. So we came up with 11 projects as part of this implementation. This was a downtown, really infrastructure implementation project. And how do we do there? Well, we did this in November of 2013, and I can tell you all 11 of these are implemented right now. So I'm going to walk you through the implementation process that we went through. The bond did pass, got funding for it, and they were able to implement it. Each one of those 11 projects had a project seat associated with it. Kind of the vision to sell this project. This was an alley, nothing special, pretty boarded up. Main use of this alley was the dump trucks, picking up trash. How do we turn this alley into a pedestrian concept? So really that was the goal of this project. So each one of those 11 elements had a project sheet associated with it. An example was how do you improve the alleys? Well, this is the finished product of the alley. Visions don't always look exactly as implemented. You can see the brick pavers, you can see the lighting, the benches. One of the most unique things that Brad mentioned was creating project champions. So the Old Texas Brewery Company was a stakeholder in this, and as we were working through it, they loved the idea that people could hang out in the alley, gather, wait. They didn't have to wait inside the restaurant. There's not a huge waiting area inside the restaurant, so they could wait outside. Well, they also wanted some outside patio. There's really nowhere for them to eat. So we started talking and said, well, do you want the parking in front of your building? Some people would say yes. They said, you know what, motorcycles park there typically, and we don't really particularly care for the motorcycles parking there. So we encouraged them, they created outside dining. Now this was done 4 years ago. You probably see this everywhere with COVID happening. A lot of places are creating outside dining, but they were kind of pioneers on it, creating little parklets and having outside dining. And when you go there on the weekend, this was the area that filled up first. So the Old Texas Brewery became the champion. They actually implemented this, and it was low risk. It was, if you don't like it, it doesn't work, we can remove that, and it's back to parking. So it's kind of this low hanging fruit. But you can see all the other implementations. That's one thing to notice is when you build new sidewalk, most of the time what people notice, you can see the new sidewalk, right? Because it's white and bright. You can always pick out new construction. Well, the details matter in a downtown. We actually sprayed this, so it looked old. So all this concrete right here is new, brand new at this photo. But it looks old because they wanted to have the old town feel. They didn't want to have that bright white concrete. Because then you have a white concrete in an old town. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So I just mentioned that because details really matter. When you're starting to plan the implementation, and as an engineer planning at your high level, but you start diving into the details, and those details are really important. One of the other things, this is an Old Town Burleson, correct. Another one is they're right next to a state highway. Similar to you have 4th Avenue being the state highway. Well, there's multiple decisions. Through the process, they took the state highway off system. So in this case, the state highway got moved off system because they want to do some things that the state may not have allowed. They weren't sure what they wanted to do, so as part of this planning process, we figured out the goal was to expand their old town. The old town was all on the south side of the road. How do we expand the old town? And the best place for parking is on the north side of the highway. How do we get people to cross the street? So this is what it looks like today. Like I said, every project's been implemented. This was kind of under construction in this view. The things I note on this is we always start to do, what was the impact? Well, the speed limit on this road was 38 miles an hour. Or the speed on this road was 38 miles an hour. The sign says 35, no one was going 35. You saw people go up to 45. But when we did after studies, after we installed the raised median, put in some brick crossings, we narrowed the lanes down. The speed was about 31 to 32 miles on average. So we lowered the speed, and we provided a safe place for pedestrians to cross. So it's easy to forget to one side or the other. And actually, a lot of the folks like to park in the new parking lot that's there because it's actually closer to the restaurants than the old parking lots were. So we kind of made it easy for them to do, and it's expanding downtown. And now, where the new parking lot is, they got new development coming in. There's a new mixed-use apartment complex coming into that new development. So it's pretty exciting to see it implemented. So this is an aerial. I think this tells the story a lot. As we're going through, this is the reconfigured. There was about 100 feet of right-of-way between this. So what we did is this was chaos. It was two ways. You couldn't tell where to park. So we narrowed the travel lanes, made it one way. We expanded that sidewalk so that there are places for people to sit out here. This is a Babe's restaurant. And if you've ever been to a Babe's, it's a really popular restaurant, and there's nowhere to wait inside when you're waiting for a table. So now, as part of the project, we put a little seating area, so put a little pagoda, I'm saying that right, right here where they can sit. You can kind of see the limits of the project. You can see the kind of the new alleys. One of the things that one of the council members in the city said, you know, I really like black asphalt. Can we make it look black asphalt? So we, as part of the project, we just seal coated the entire area, and he liked the way it popped. You can see the old concrete just looked better from an aesthetic standpoint. So I like to show this. This is a recent aerial, pretty much all the project has been implemented from the infrastructure plan. Now we're trying to expand the downtown area and how do we get more infrastructure farther in downtown. The next case study I want to talk about, which I think is really important, is parking. Parking's always an issue in town. How do we leverage the parking? The Burleson example was there was plenty of parking. We did this study, plenty of parking. There was just how do you encourage people to walk to the various destinations? Well, as Brad mentioned, when the convention center for Odessa was coming in, they were concerned about parking. The convention center is taking up a lot. It's going to require a lot of parking. Plus, their master plan had called out a plaza, like a park area as well. How do we accommodate all that? So one of the things that we came in after the master plan was done, we looked at the parking. We actually inventoried 3,411 parking spaces. All this is in GIS. Why that's important is quickly you can tell us what building you're talking about. We can tell you how many parking spots are within a certain block of each other. We also inventoried how much of the parking was private, public, and time restricted. Because sometimes you can have 100 parking spots next to your building, but they're all private. It doesn't do you any good, right? So we wanted to understand what was in the area. So we did an analysis, and one of the things working with the stakeholders in Odessa, we realized in some downtowns we work with, people were willing to walk 3 blocks. In Odessa, it was clear that people were willing to walk 1 block. It's hot, there's no shade. So as part of the parking master plan, we actually talked about how can we create that shade structure to try to get people to block maybe 2 blocks. But what we did is we evaluated, as we were doing this, evaluating the convention center, we realized we were increasing demand about 750 spaces, but we were decreasing supply about 390 spaces. So how do we fix that? We came up with a bunch of recommendations. The key of this slide is not the recommendations we came up with, but as you're doing a master plan, there's some low-hanging fruit. Why do you have to wait to implement stuff? We quickly realized that some of the streets were very wide. We could restripe those streets from parallel parking to angle parking, and we can increase, I think, around 100 spaces around downtown area. So during the project, before we were done with the parking study, these facilities, the stripe facilities, we went ahead and restriped all these roadways to allow for angle parking. Lee Avenue picked up a lot of angle parking, and we went and talked to businesses. They were like, why didn't we do this 20 years ago? Like, it was just one of those things that made sense. A master plan doesn't have to wait till the master plan is done to implement. That's really the point of this. We did come up with a lot of long-term solutions, because one of the things we want to consider is where the county courthouse is. That's where the most parking is. So how do we actually spread that parking around from the county courthouse? So we came up with strategies to consider how to do that. Eventually, with the type of parking demand we have, how do we consolidate a few parcels together to make sure we can actually do something with that? So we came up with some creative shared spaces. One thing to note is there was a church north of the convention center, so we were able to work with that church to allow them to park, because the church parking lot's not filled most of the time. So how do they get with that agreement to make sure that their parking lot's still with them when they need it on Wednesday night, but the rest of the weeknights they may not need it. So we worked with them to get an agreement on how to utilize that parking spots. Secondly, for textile facilities, there's multiple ways to deal with it. As I mentioned earlier in Burleson, that was taken off system, so we were able to do pretty much whatever the city wanted to do within engineering requirements. In Odessa, we looked at Grand Avenue. There was a discussion of whether to take it on and off system. Right now, the decision is to keep it on system, not take it off because of financial obligations. But one of the things our team can do is we can create really good visualizations of what roadways could look like in the future. So as I'm talking, you're seeing the kind of the fly-through of downtown Odessa. Just a way to communicate. A lot of folks, we can talk about it, but when you actually see what it looks like in the future, what it potentially could look like in the future, it kind of rings home a little bit more. The last one is Mansfield. This was an area where parking was a real issue of understanding where parking was in Mansfield. This was an old state highway. We took it off system, so we did some creative things. It's asphalt on the roadway. It's concrete in the parking areas, and that was done from an engineering perspective, is we needed the concrete where the parking was going, so we wouldn't have issues on maintenance in the future. But one of the most important things you'll see is this parking in the back on the street. This is just open. I think this was open within the last year. And that was part of it. When you ask people what they like most about the downtown Main Street thing, it was the fact that it directed them to parking, because they didn't really understand what the parking was for all these buildings. So as part of the street infrastructure, we did that, and really created, I don't have a before picture of this, but there was nowhere for people to walk on the street, really nowhere for people to park. There was no parking on the street beforehand. We introduced all the parking. So it's just kind of an example of that. Lastly, just some brick street solutions. Brick streets, as I drive around the square, there's a lot of brick streets in the square. Very similar to the projects we've done. The Main Street example I just showed you from Mansfield, they had brick streets, and they reused all their bricks in the side. Very similar to Fort Worth Main Street. This is actually the same street that the stockyards are on in Fort Worth, so if you're familiar with that, all brick streets. Well, when they were redoing South Main, they said we don't necessarily need to have bricks everywhere on this. It's not the stockyards, but we want to reutilize the bricks. So they strategically reutilize the bricks at intersections and on the side to keep that brick feel. Dwight's going to talk about an example that he's using brick streets that's a little bit different.
On this photo here, it's in Canadian, Texas. The street running this way is Main Street, Canadian, and it's a state highway. 4 blocks of it, that is Main Street, is down in downtown Canadian, and at one time it was brick. And whenever the TxDOT was going to replace that, they said they were going to take the brick out, and that was an item that was concerning to a lot of the citizens. So what they did was, we met with them and we came up with a plan, and that is stamped concrete right there. And the concrete is made with a dye rather than just covered with the paint. So if it chips or anything, it looks like brick even after it chips. And so this was done and worked out with the state and with the city. And then the street running up there is 5th Street. 2 years after this was done, they liked it. There's the courthouse over there and WPU, which is the library now. And so the county came in and paved the street next to them. They took the brick out and put the stamped concrete. And if you look at that on the ground, you cannot tell that it's concrete unless you look really close at it, because it's stamped just like the brick. The die was made such that it matched the bricks that were already there, and so we had to make sure we had the same die whenever 2 years later when we did 5th Street. Okay, there are some drainage problems on downtown, and the drainage problems we have downtown Canyon are not that it floods the buildings, but that it stays there after the drain is completed. So this is the campus of West Texas A&M University, and that's Victory Drive and University Drive there. And before they did the JVK building, the water stood in there all the time. And we had come up with a solution to solve that. And one of them was to build a storm sewer all the way down to the creek, down to the broad, down Russell Long Boulevard. But the expense of that was too much. So what we did is we put a collection system in there, and that collection system can hook into the main storm sewer system, but does not at this time. And what it does is it collects all the water at that intersection, and then the water can come out of an inlet box and go up Russell Long Boulevard, and that's left in the storm drain system is actually a pump station right here. And I don't think anybody would know that. It's buried under the ground right there, and those pumps evacuate the water out of the rest of that storm sewer system and take it down to Russell Long Boulevard. So there's where the pump station is, right where the JVK is. And we could do something similar to that probably downtown to pick up the drainage that's left in the intersections after the rains.
So really the last piece that we wanted to talk about is realizing the vision. I think we got about 5 minutes left on our time. Does that sound right, Jim?
We got 27 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So we want to go through a few case studies. They're case studies for different communities, different issues, but each community had some issues that were very similar to what you're looking at in Canyon. And we want to show how we help those communities not just create a master plan, get champions, get the public supportive and excited about it, but ultimately get things built. So the first community we want to look at is Mesquite, Texas, and I talked about this a few minutes ago. There's really good bones around the square with some old buildings, historic buildings that interesting. There is some room for some infill development, but the city had done multiple visioning plans in the past that sat on the shelf. And they said, we need to do a vision plan that gets everybody on board, but that leads very quickly to implementation. In this case, we were asked to do a vision plan within about 4 months, working with some key stakeholders, identify key construction projects, because council wanted to see some things moving. They wanted to see dirt flying as soon as possible. And within about a year after we started the vision process, they broke ground on some projects out there. So in Mesquite, interesting older buildings. This is actually a TxDOT corridor right here. It is a truck route, a lot of trucks through their downtown area. They have some leftover open spaces, but it's not real pedestrian friendly, as you can see. This is Mesquite Square. Through the years, their square turned into a parking lot that has a gazebo in the middle of it. They said, we want to take back our square somehow. The backs of buildings were Not real attractive. It was underutilized space. Didn't have the best handicap parking access that you might see in some communities. So we took a look at it. They also had some major drainage issues because of a sump that's caused by the railroad right here. So this is Front Street. The old railroad depot was here. And this plan wasn't about coming up with a whole lot of economic development activity. The city said, we're going to get the economic development if we can get a vision that people can buy into and get some projects in place to catalyze it. So it really became a public sector focused plan that looked at things like taking the one-way couplet in the tech stop corridor and essentially putting a bend in it right here. And the reason we put a bend in it is because, number one, we wanted to slow down traffic for a pedestrian crossing, but secondly, we thought that was a unique way to capitalize on gaining some space in front of buildings that could be used for outdoor dining and those types of things. We wanted to create venues downtown to get people to come down for big events, and so we came up with an event lawn, plaza area, interactive fountains and water features, but then we also came up with an area for tents and displays and a stage and performance hall. And this whole area that was an underutilized street at the back of buildings became the major parking area. Created new circulation for all of that parking. It made sense so that people could circulate downtown, find parking, and attend those events. We then took that a step further and really started to drill in on what that event space behind the buildings and the plazas could be, and the parking, because the city said, we want to do that first. We want to move that forward. At that point, we developed some 3D visualization. There was an old railroad depot that had been long gone here. A lot of stakeholders wanted to rebuild that, and the city said, we really don't want to do that. What else could we do? So we created a railroad theme through the overhead structure right here. At that point, we then went in, and this is McCulloch Plaza. It is under construction today, along with the parking behind and all of those activities. So we got the ground flowing within about a year, or ground moving. Looks like we stopped. If you can advance, Jeff. A couple more examples. Richardson, Texas, again, a lot of development potential there, but major highway going through the middle of town. Next slide, Jeff. It was really about coming up with a vision that the community could be comfortable with and excited about, and come up with a development palette and guidelines for developers to come in and develop properties around this area. Next slide. And Sean's going to talk a little bit about implementation that we did on this project.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so our goal is for our plans to become a reality for our clients. And one way to facilitate that is to create a capital improvements program for our downtown plans. One example where we did that recently was, like Mark said, in Richardson, Texas, where we actually developed the CIP and did it in small pieces. And this is a book that we actually created for the city of Richardson and their downtown plan. And it actually breaks up the downtown area into block by block cost estimate abilities, where you can see the cost estimates would include your paving and landscape elements, as well as what you can't see, which is your underground facilities, like your water and sewer lines that are very old and need to be replaced. And that's why we're so happy to have Dwight on our team to help us identify where those locations are, so we can help to come up with great cost estimates to have a really good plan for you. But the reason we break it up block by block is because that allows you to move into different projects on a phased basis, and you can make decisions as funds become available. We feel like this is a really good plan. An example, and I often pass this around when I'm finished, for city staff to use to actually give you the answers that you need based on any kind of vision you may have on a phased basis, again, to make decisions on when these projects can actually go to construction. And so if you like, I can pass this around and you can kind of see what we developed.
From that plan, the city identified Main Street as the key project that needed to change the perception and the vision for the downtown area. We came up with detailed engineering and streetscape plans. It went back to that perspective drawing we had, and it is under construction as we speak today. And then very quickly, one last case study is downtown Rowlett. Downtown Rowlett was a quaint community with not a lot of development downtown. They wanted to create tax base. Next slide. City manager said, we want to create the downtown we never had. And so essentially they took some of the old buildings, but we focused in on punching through a street to Main Street, creating a place. This is all city-owned property, an old cotton gin right here. And we said, once we create that place, how can we take that city property and leverage it for development with some pad sites around the green space, turn the old cotton gin into a restaurant, outdoor dining, and then what can we do with these city properties on the south? Next slide. We did the construction project to create those pad sites in that central plaza. You see the old city buildings are still here with the library, chamber, and city hall. Next slide. We then worked with the city. Next slide, Jeff. Worked with the city to, oh, I'm sorry, go back. To identify a developer, developed a developer RFP, and essentially got the city in on the ground floor of a mixed-use development to replace the library that was torn down to build the village of Rowlett, got new tenants in the old spaces, new buildings that looked old, and then centralized open space that's used for 4th of July. So the only thing I have left to share with you today before the Q&A is, again, every project that we look at, we take a different approach. Some are very much economic development. We've got to get development going like we showed in Rowlett. Some are very infrastructure focused on, let's get the public sector, public realm to really look good so that people will want to occupy the buildings that are already there. So our team has a history, this multidisciplinary team, of working together. We're architects, engineers, landscape architects, who are also planners. So we look at the real world solutions that you're going to need to make your vision a reality and bring it back to the planning process. We create partnerships with stakeholders to serve as partner champions, champion partners to move forward with a plan. And essentially we have that real world expertise to develop plans that get built. Again, we think a great plan is not just a pretty book that sits on a shelf. It's a pretty book that gets built and builds what you envision through this process. So we'd like to open it up to any questions you have.
Commissioners, questions you might have?
I'm interested in, when you take a look at 4th Avenue, obviously it's a state highway, obviously it's a major highway to one of our major attractions. When you take it offline, for lack of a better term, or out of service or whatever, you look at obviously a side street to get around or to narrow that. I mean, 4th Avenue is a concern with me. Obviously, it separates the north side of our square to the rest of it. And as the chamber guy, you deal with those people over there and maybe sometimes they don't feel like they're involved with the other 3/4 of it. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of curious. I like the idea of obviously slowing it down and crosswalks and that kind of stuff, but I'm just curious how that process works, and can you kind of go into a little bit more in depth on that?
Yeah, the process, so obviously it's a TxDOT highway right now.
Sure.
And so TxDOT has their rule books, and you can implement a project like I showed before with TxDOT's rules. In some cases, TxDOT, you can take it over, and what that really means, I believe y'all went through this process on West Texas A&M.
Yeah, Russell.
It's a very similar process to that, that you work with them. You have to make sure it works for them and you. And so you go through that, but the key element is if you take it over, you're responsible for maintenance as opposed to now the state's responsible. So it's just an agreement between, normally it's an agreement when I work for, example like in Burleson, it's, sometimes the state will come in and repave it and make it look nice and hand it over to you. Sometimes they'll give you money. If you take it, it's just an agreement, and we sit down to a table and talk to them. So I think the key would be is how do you make, from what I hear, 4th Avenue not be the separator between north and south? How do you make them together? You can do that whether it's on or off system. That's just part of the conversation. So I think when we approach a plan, we don't approach the plan of like, this should be taken off system to do it, or it should be on system. The plan would be, from what I hear from you, we should try to bring them together. And how does that happen?
Can you touch on what you're working on for this area on the MPO and
On the mobility stuff.
Oh, for the mobility stuff, we, right
because
now,
that ties into what he just asked.
yeah, for the mobility stuff right now, we're looking at a regional transportation system and we've identified priority corridors. At this point right now, we've only identified 4th Avenue as a priority corridor, and we're just starting to dive into what that looks like. So that's where we are on that.
Jeff's been working with Dan a lot on the MPO technically, so it's still very early.
It's still very early. We haven't done anything. We've been just looking at 4th Avenue a lot because that's one of our priority corridors.
Which could ties to TxDOT funding and things down the road as
And
far as
we-
all the bridge
We have
projects.
pursued that. Dwight, was that 05 or 07? Yes. We did pursue that. Do you want to speak about that real quick? Kind of goes into what Roger's asking.
Those are projects where, I don't know exactly how the TxDOT funding comes out, but they say we have funds and you apply, and some cities get them, some don't. And I don't know exactly how that works, but we did one project with them on Stratford, that they got the money, and we went in and did some work. It was off their main roads too, in the downtown. And so I'm not exactly sure how they come up with the funding, and somehow the MPOs are involved with that, Dan works with that. I know.
Every year, Texas has a lot of funding sources. One of them is the Green Ribbon grants. That's for really streetscaping. So if you looked at 4th Street, adding trees and medians, that's a perfect project for that. And they actually have a hard time getting applicants sometimes for those. So when you apply for them, that's a good one to get. There's another one called a Transportation Alternatives Grant. That means you're improving pedestrian.
The set aside.
Yeah, so there's various grant opportunities that we've helped a lot of clients apply for those funds.
And what I'll add to that, back to the basic question about we're not sure what they're looking for. We got a real good idea what they're looking for. We've helped communities develop a lot of applications. I did the first Green Ribbon project for the Houston district 20 years ago now. So we've helped TxDOT develop some of that, and regularly are helping develop projects and applications that are very well positioned to get the funding.
Yeah, the Mansfield project that I showed you was a Transportation Alternatives Grant funded. It wasn't entirely funded, but they got some of the funding.
You can get pretty good. I mean, you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars. So
Yeah.
you can get a pretty good chunk.
Commissioners, y'all can continue to ask questions or make comments, but I'd like to open it up to the public for questions or comments at this time.
I have one of your slides, you mentioned character. How do you guys determine character of Canyon, Texas?
So it's interesting. Brad and I are both urban designers. He is more as an architect, and I am more as a landscape architect. So we bring different perspectives. But what I typically like to start with is doing an evaluation with our team and looking and gaining a perspective of what we see are things that stand out that really create the character of the community. I can't remember if I wrote about it in the approach, but we call it a genus loci. It's the spirit of place that each community has, and it's distinct in every community you go to. And sometimes it may be the architecture, it may be the landscape, the environment you're in, if you're in a desert environment or a West Texas environment. It may be if you're, it may be rivers that go through an area, mountains. And so we look at what those basic landscape elements are, but it can also be historical character, or it may be cultural character that we try to work in. And then what we want to do is take what's already there and accentuate it so that you're not creating Disneyland. You're not creating something that doesn't belong here. We're just taking what you have and what your community said is important to them and accentuating it so it stands out even more in all of the design palette that we're using. Have you got something to add?
Yeah, and it's also how you as a community live your lives, how you host your events, where your events are located, where people are parking, how they're moving through town, what hours your businesses are operating, or when would they like to be operating. So a lot of that filters into how do we make sure that you've got the right lighting to support evening activities, or you've got the right control and code enforcement to make sure that parents with strollers and the elderly can walk clearly and get across the street effectively. So it's culture, but it's also architecture and design.
And it has to change over time because I look back at McKinney. I worked in downtown McKinney years ago. It was back in the 80s. And it was interesting because it was a bunch of old buildings, great bones, a lot of antique shops. And the antique shops were there because essentially they were hobby businesses. There were people that said, I want to go do something and I'm going to open an antique shop or a tea room. And what happened over time is they started making some investments in the area and started really focusing on attracting what people in the community wanted. And that's going to change over time. Your demographics are going to change. People that want this type of restaurant downtown today, 10 years from now, there's a different demographic that may want something very different. So we need to create the place that can transition over time and not have to be redone every 10 years as your demographics change.
Well, I'm sticking with McKinney just a minute, because I had a hand in some of those efforts.
Exactly.
And so we built the regulations with the anticipation that there was going to be more. And then when we started the implementation process, we started incrementally. We focused first on the square. What was the most impactful thing we could do was to provide outdoor seating for the restaurants, narrow the parking, narrow the drive lanes, stop making them, taking the one-way streets that were 3 lanes wide to 2 lanes so that we could add better angled parking, and making sure that the square was more livable. And over time, the recycling of those antique shops into letterpress and maker spaces and new restaurants filtered into real revenue for the city. They were able to expand the improvements block by block as they went out.
I think as the engineer, not the urban designer, the character that comes out, I think almost every public engagement, there's that one thing from the public or the county commission that someone says something that resonates. In Burleson, someone in the meeting said, "Hometown done right." And that became the character of the plan. Like, I mean, it sounds simple, but it came out of public engagement. If someone said something and it just rang home. And pretty much every time we kind of became a joke is every design decision we made. Does that mean Old Town, hometown done right? And that was kind of our pass or fail of what we were doing.
Other comments or questions from the public?
Mark, it's actually your team size. Your full team is how many members?
Well, so we like to show depth in the boxes that we have. But I think the key people that will be involved in the project are the people that are in this room right now.
Okay.
These will be the key people that you will be interacting with. But we have some other key team members. Abra Nusser is on the organizational chart. She's a really strong planner out of our Las Colinas office in the Dallas area. And her focus is on looking at the zoning and regulations and really making sure that if there's a vision for what people want downtown to be and the zoning's blocking it, then we're identifying that and saying these changes need to be made. We've got Yvonne Gonzalez. Yvonne was actually the Historic Preservation Officer at the city of Lubbock. A lot of experience in West Texas and Lubbock. He works very closely with Brad because of his experience in that area. He is the historic preservation person for our team, but we also put him in a key role on public involvement because he's handled a lot of public involvement in West Texas. But as for overall team size, I think with all of the people with the depth, we showed probably 12 to 15 people on the team. But these are the key folks that will be in all the meetings.
What does your work queue look like right now for your team?
So, it's always funny because I tend to, as a planner, I tend to be worried about the future all the time. And so I'm always looking to say, am I working myself off of a cliff? We have capacity to accommodate this project very well, assuming it's kicking off, late December, early next year, to be able to move forward expeditiously and get this plan performed. If there's issues, we didn't mention it in the presentation. We have done a lot of public meetings. We don't think that COVID needs to hold us back from being able to move a project forward. In some communities, things might be bad, and they're saying we want to be 100% virtual. And so we have designed a process where we can have a virtual public meeting that people can join very easily, be part of the conversation, share ideas, and be able to be a part of it. We've had other meetings where, in communities where they said some people are comfortable being there and other people aren't. So we will have a virtual component as well as a face-to-face component going on at the same time. And then we've had other meetings where they said, you know, this one really needs to be face-to-face, and it's exactly what you've done here. We space things out, we socially distance, and we get on with making sure that the project moves forward. So, long answer to your question, but we have the capacity to do it.
I had a question on public input.
Yes, sir.
Really, just my question is, sounds like opportunities for the future, but what about our comprehensive plan? And so I think some of that would be addressed in here too. Do we go back to look to that and maybe even some of the public input?
Yes, absolutely, and I apologize. So the question was, for those of you that couldn't hear it, we just finished our comprehensive plan, and there was a lot of public input. Are we starting over, or what are we doing with that? If I can paraphrase what you said, Mayor. And in essence, what we said in our proposal, and we should have highlighted this, is that's our starting point. You did a whole lot of good work with public involvement through your comprehensive plan. There's a lot of good work and ideas associated with downtown and the square. We're going to start with that. We're going to utilize that platform that's already been established and be able to build on that, those techniques that worked well for you. If something didn't work well for you, we won't use it. We'll identify some other tools that will work in your toolkit. But we will not be starting from scratch. We'll be building upon what you've already done and just continue to move it forward, more focused on downtown to get you to the promised land of what do we need to do to get this implemented. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
Yes.
Other questions?
All right. You've got about 3 minutes if you want to just put a bow on it somehow.
So I'll go back and reiterate one more time because I thought I was running out of time. So again, just the reminder, we have a history of working together, and I know in our qualifications we probably didn't make that tie as strongly as we should have. And this team works together on a daily basis. I'm constantly on the phone with Brad and Jeff. They're my go-to partners. We work with Sean quite a bit. And so you have a team that's well-oiled and will be able to hit the ground running and not have to miss a step. We will create partnerships in the community because we know that the intent of this plan is not just to have a plan, it's to get something built and to realize the vision that you develop as a part of this master plan. So we're ready to make it happen with you and hope that you will consider us. We hope we'll get some good news from you in the near future. So thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. All right, it's 2:24, so let's take another 15-minute break and be back about
Thank you very much for your time. It's good being back here. Yeah, that's fine. I never know. I never offer because I'm never sure how each person is. You have to shake hands. Yeah, always. It's good to meet you. We might have met when you're part of the discussion. Yes. I was going to ask you.
that just because of the tools to prioritize distributing
Great speech. Great job. I see you're watching. They give you some $2,000.
Hey, what do you think?
No, that's interesting.
Absolutely. So my brother and my State Hotel, they're on the square.
Roger. Back on hard.
I was asking Roger a question about
Next time I see you guys, it's church together.
How you doing? Any of your guys
How you doing? How are you? Good, good.
You guys. Oh, you can.
Yeah, so we're over here.
You already
I did check to make sure
Oh, it's, I like Prosperity still. The part where they live. And I like when we got down.
So no, we're pretty cautious.
Oh, it is.
No, we're all right.
Let's do it.
All right, so to respect everybody's time, we're going to get started.
Yeah.
Joe, once again, I'm going to kick it back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Cody.
It's all yours.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
It's YouTube.
So we are on our third and final presenter, which is Frieza Nichols, who actually was the awardee on our comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2018. So Dan, I assume you're going to be most of the lead here.
Well, kicking it off.
John, I'll turn it over to you for any comments.
Okay, well, as I said, you guys will have an hour. Appreciate your time coming in today on a chilly day. Thanks for being here.
Beautiful day, sunny.
It is, at least it's not as cold as yesterday. And I'll kind of keep you updated on your time. Other than that, Mr. Sefco, you're on.
Okay, thank you again. My name is Dan Sefco with Friesen Nichols, and I'm going to introduce our team here in a minute. But I'm going to get us started. And first of all, thank you very much for the honor of being on the shortlist team. We are a very established company. We're over 100 years, but we really wanted to highlight our experience in West Texas and the Panhandle area. We've been working out here since 1921 on various different capacities all around Canyon. And then, of course, more recently in 2016, we were able to complete your comprehensive plan. And so we have enjoyed that experience a lot. But we just wanted to make sure that you understood that we really have a lot of experience around the area. We also have a lot of national and very tied into the industry experience. Chance Sparks, who I'm going to introduce here in a minute, he's the chapter president of APA. And then actually Dawn up here, the number 4 person, she's the president-elect of the Oklahoma chapter of APA. So we have a lot Wendy sits on a national board, so we have a lot of access to what's going on around the country in state-of-the-art in terms of planning. We've prepared many award-winning plans, and so we were very proud of our work all around. What we wanted to illustrate this afternoon is that we have a fresh perspective supported by institutional knowledge. So we've worked here in Canyon before, but we've really presented and really are presenting a fresh team that can bring in a lot of great ideas for the downtown area. Just want to point out a couple things here before I turn it over to Chance. We are nationally recognized, and we work all over the country now, and we have a lot of market sensitive and market responsive plans that we've prepared. And Travis, as I'll introduce here in a minute, has a lot to do with that in terms of being able to make sure that our plans are workable and can get done. We have a lot of experience in downtown, especially with town and gown. We've done many comprehensive plans with universities all over the state, so we have a lot of experience with that. Alfred Bedari in our company, he's actually on the NCAR board, which is the board that registers that is over all the registration of all architects in the state of Texas. And he has been he has also headed up our campus master planning for a long, long time. We have a lot of fresh eyes on this project because the experience that they bring is very, very important, and I think it will bring a lot of insight to what we need to do downtown. We've worked a lot together. This is not a team that we have put together that's never worked before. We have done a lot of different projects together, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. A little bit about Chance. Chance has a lot of experience with municipalities. He came to us from the city of Buda. He was the assistant city manager there, and he's been with us for 2 years. And he's got a lot of exciting and new ideas, and so he understands the municipal side of getting things done and what it takes to get things done on a municipal level and understanding municipal budgets as going through the process. Here's our team. I will be involved as the tie and the conduit to what's been done to make sure that we have a good conversation there about what's going on in Canyon, where we've been. Chance Sparks is going to be the project manager. He's the one that will actually oversee all the work and make sure that the project moves along in an orderly and timely fashion, as well as all the different players, coordinating the different players. Travis James with TXP, we have worked together a lot of times back even when with other companies, and so we've been together for a long time. Dwight, you know Dwight, we've worked with him a lot more recently in the subdivision arena, but he's worked with Freeze and Nichols a lot in our engineering. We have Gail Catalina, and she has done a lot of work on different downtowns, and so she's not able to be here today, but she's also on the team. We do have a deep bench. We have a lot of architects, engineers, environmental scientists, and campus master planning departments within Freeze and Nichols, and that is also there to back us up. I've already mentioned a little bit about Dwight, and you know who he is, and so we're very glad to be working with him because he provides a lot of institutional knowledge on a lot of the things that we need to do in terms of infrastructure. On the economic perspective, we think that's one of the most important pieces that has to be included within any proposal for downtown. It's very key, and I think that you'll see that Travis brings a lot of that to us. He's worked with us in many different cities throughout Texas and understands the economies that are going on in Texas and what needs to be done. This is just a matrix here to show that all the different jobs that we have all worked together on. So that's the only reason we wanted to show this slide, was to illustrate that we've all worked together before and understand each other and what each other's strengths are, and we actually begin to complement those. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Chance. He's going to explain the approach, and then Travis will have an explanation of how his part works in with the overall project. Chance?
All right, great. I'm Chance Sparks. I'll be the project manager and also one of the urban planners. So I'm a working project manager, meaning that I'm not just sitting around counting beans. I'm actually in the thick of the project and involved with it. I'm very excited to be here. I make an annual trip out here every year. I love hiking, and this is base camp for Palo Duro Canyon, so I always enjoy my trips here. When we looked at your RFP, we saw really two key things that emerged out that you were looking for. You had listed out several things, but really it came down to you wanted proven problem solvers and proven implementers. That is what we're bringing to the table here in Canyon. But you also said in the follow-up that you were looking for, we know what a good plan looks like. How do you get that to a great plan? And that is something that we really think we can make great here. But really I want to start that off with a conversation about what we're already seeing in Canyon. Because it's not so much fun to talk about us. We'd much rather talk about y'all. Because that's what gets us excited. That's what gets us up in the morning. So y'all have this great classic courthouse square, but it also is a really unique square. There's only a few of these I've seen with circulations like this, where it's this kind of double circle going on with all the parking. But that is, we can see the challenges that emerge. We see the north side of the square appears like it might struggle a little bit more than the other three sides of the square. That's not a shock to anybody, I don't think, in the room. But we also see ways that we can help resolve that, which we'll talk about that a little bit later on. We see this gateway out to West Texas A&M and Palo Duro Canyon. West Texas A&M excites us because that's a captive audience of people that want things to do. We also see this great surrounding residential character. When we talk about downtown revitalization, we always talk about the neighborhoods adjacent because they are your first customers. If they like what's going on in downtown, I'll let you know a little secret. Anybody that's coming as a tourist is going to like it too. Everybody loves authentic place, and that's something we can help you build up as we go through this. We see this great restaurant concentration in downtown, and they're good restaurants. They're not just restaurants, they're good. And that's starting to put you on the map a little bit. You also have some cultural assets here, which we'll talk about later on as well. And you have this great little park, Medlin Park, and it's one of those parks that I call the small but mighty parks, where they don't take up this huge geographic footprint, but they're incredibly important to your community and they're incredibly popular. For you, it's the June Jams types of events. I'm sure it's popular during Christmas events as well, and things like that that make it really, really exciting. But we also see lots of other opportunities here because your downtown, it's got a lot of great occupancy. Most of your storefronts are full. Great thing. So you have to think about what does that next step look like, and we start looking to the north side of your downtown, kind of the area around where we are right now, as how do you expand and create more opportunity as you go forward. We also think about these business owners. How long have they been in business? Have they started to think about things like succession planning and what happens when they decide they don't want to be in that shop front every day, and helping to make sure we can address those issues. But really, it comes down fundamentally to the opportunities and the exposure. Thinking about how we reach out to Highway 60 and make that connection, and really just kind of bring all the fabric together. We think about the parking issues. I've got good news for you. You have a parking problem. The reason that's good news is because the opposite of that is not having a parking problem. If you don't have a parking problem, that means your businesses are probably not successful. So that's a good problem to solve. We want to solve that all day long. But we also see some of these instinctive things that you want to do. You want to beautify your downtown. You want to make it function better. You want the pedestrians to feel like they are in a safe area where they, instead of just going to one shop, they go to 3. And they make an evening of it. When we talk about our goals for a downtown, we want it to be that place where people go to without a plan. They just know there'll be something. And that's where we think we can take you. So getting from good to great really comes down to really 5 big things. Well, probably 20, but we're not going to be here all afternoon. I don't think you want to look at me that long. So it's engagement that gives leadership confidence. You as elected leaders are looking for the information that can tell you this is what the community is backing, this is what they're excited about, and we have metrics and information that prove it up. That's going to be really important in this. It's going to be a different type of engagement. You have the engagement you have in the comprehensive plan when you're operating at that 30,000 foot level. This is operating at 500 feet. Very different type of engagement where you actually want people to be not observers, but instead right in the thick of how do we do things. We think catalyst-based approaches. You've heard us mention this market basis for doing work. Downtowns thrive when you figure out what the private sector naturally wants to do, figure out what the community wants to do, and figure out how you get them married, because that is going to be key. Most of your plan implementation is going to come from the private sector. Also aligning with your culture. For any goal in a downtown plan, there's probably 20, 30, 40 ways to accomplish that goal. That's where culture is important, and that's where knowing what your city's capacity is important, and understanding how to bring that to bear, and make sure that your plan doesn't end up on a shelf as a disappointment, but instead gets covered in coffee stains, and it's at the top of that pile on your desk all the time. And then implementation, and this is really important, that begins while you're doing the plan. We are big advocates of find that small thing to do and go do it right now. Don't wait around. And so let's talk a little about what this engagement looks like. So we're talking about the roles for different people. So your role with the comprehensive plan, as compared to this, might feel a little bit different because this is a much more fine-tuning type of effort. So we're looking for you to set the tone. You're trusted. You were elected for a reason. And to be that supportive voice in the community. But y'all are also stakeholders. Some of you are involved in industries that touch downtown. Maybe you own a building. Maybe you finance a building. Maybe you're patrolling the building as an officer, for example. You're seeing things that are different. And you can be those advocates to talk about that and make sure it's on the radar. Your citizens committee. They are your compass. This is where you get all that creative energy. It's where the people that you're most optimistic and excited about downtown. And that's where you get that energy and driving force. Stakeholders, what we're looking for from them, openness and honesty. Really simple ask. And for them to believe that something good can happen. And then city staff, of course, we're looking for you to help coordinate the effort, to almost function like our rearview mirror to make sure that we haven't missed something along the way. And also bring ideas of institutional knowledge. There are things that you have seen that others haven't. We were involved with your comprehensive plan. We're involved with your code work right now with your zoning and subdivision. We don't start from scratch. We build from it. We heard so much stuff. There's stuff that you see within your comprehensive plan now, but we have all the other stuff that we heard along the way that's in the background that help to inform us. We know those passion areas. We know how sensitive people are about preservation on the square, but at the same time they want new opportunities as well. You'll see throughout this process that our engagement is going to be continual throughout the whole thing from the beginning to the day of adoption. Because you have to be constantly checking in. It's both grassroots level, but also grass tops. You want people that are just your regular average Joe, average Jane, but you also want those people that, it's a small business owner. How do they feel about this? And getting them on board, because they are your real juice to this. We will be using different types of surveying in this. We use highly interactive surveys for this type of effort with lots of visuals, because downtown is a visual thing. But what is fun about this is that we tie these down to geography, to the specific place. We affectionately call this, it's like you're yelping your city. Tell us how you feel about what your experiences are. And these have proven very successful. Downtown Midlothian, not all that different from y'all. One major difference, they don't have a courthouse square, but otherwise, geographic size, city size, not way off. We had over nearly 1,200 participants, over 32,000 data points, and 1,300 free response comments. That's a lot of data. That's what we talk about when we want to give you confidence about how the public feels about an effort. And by doing this, we understand what are the hot spots, what are the issues. Is it, this issue in Midlothian was over at Main Street and 7th. It was a dangerous intersection. So that's where we're able to tease some of that information out geographically. We also use this towards the end of the projects as well, when we start thinking about, okay, we think these are good ideas, but let's verify. Because you can't lose your way in a planning process. And so you want to make sure that you're checking back in. You can literally put the projects up on a map and say, is this what you're looking for, yes or no? Things like that. And that's your way of checking back in with the public and saying, did we get it right? Before it comes back to you for adoption. Because the worst feeling in the world is that public hearing and adoption, and you find out that 25 people have showed up and they are displeased. You want to make sure that you're addressing that ahead of time. We also want to move this towards being part of the solution. So we often talk about that your heroes for your downtown are already in your community somewhere. You just have to find them. So we like to use things that get people active and engaged. We call this planning 5 senses. We love doing walking workshops where it's, where you're going up and saying, okay, this building's vacant. What do we wish this was? Or there's this issue. What ideas do you have? How does this crossing make you feel? Those are things that people connect with, and that gets them excited. We like to use activation events. This is where we make like little temporary interventions. Do something to give people a sample of what it might be like. But really it comes down to making this as collaborative and fun as possible. I don't know who woke up one day and decided that public engagement had to be boring, but it doesn't. It needs to be exciting, because if that's exciting, people come back for more. We can use virtual tools. These have been really important during COVID. When people either just not comfortable coming out in public, or they're being pulled in so many different directions. They've got kids at home that they don't expect to have at home. They can do things at their leisure. That's a really important aspect of this. We want to meet people where they are, instead of making them come to us, because where they are, that's where they're comfortable. They're not going out of their way, and that's where you want to pull them in. This is where stakeholder groups especially come in. And through that, we get really great engagement that involves the community, and that sets the tone for the rest of the plan. So from there, we're doing this catalyst-based process. So what that means is that we're looking for those key projects that will kick off and build momentum for other things. So our basic approach, we go through some data analysis, we go through market analysis, we create a master plan, and we start going into the details and into implementation. When we do this, we actually kind of dissect your city on an analytical basis. It's kind of fun if you really like maps and things like that. And we look at things like ownership, length of ownership, values. We look at market data, things like what are the rents going for, what are your missing pieces in your retail, things like that, to identify those areas of emphasis. And when we do that, it really sets the stage for, okay, what's going to happen next. And so with that, we want to talk a little bit about the economic environment here, and I'm going to turn that over to Travis.
So I'll let you.
Okay.
Going to click for me. So I'm Travis James with TXP, based out of Austin. We do economic, public policy consulting work all over the state. And often when you think about downtown plans, right, they take place in this larger economic environment. Hopefully COVID-19 is done sometime next year. Although what about telecommuting trends? How will that affect the downtown and people's willingness to take vacations, right? A lot of people are driving now versus flying. That trend's not likely to change over the next 2 to 3 years. Why? Businesses are going to travel less, cost more to fly as a person. So now people go back to taking those driving vacations that I used to do as a kid. What does that mean for Canyon? What does that mean for downtown? What about online shopping? So what would that mean for a downtown retailer, the kind of retailer you would get that's not as subject to the negative impacts of online shopping? Also, development and financing. Oftentimes in downtown, people want more of what they have, but the challenge is how do you pay for it? And that's my job on the project, is how do you figure out how to pay for all the things that come out of plan and what financing mechanism makes the most sense. So I was doing a little bit of background research on Canyon. We've all been to Palo Duro Canyon, and one thing that I noticed, I do a lot of work for the Texas Commission on the Arts, the Texas Cultural Trust, and arts and culture are a big tourism generator, as you know. One thing I noticed, this is from the state, so this is from the Texas Tourism Research Department, tourism in Canyon kind of leveled off over the last couple of years according to this data set, about $32 million last year. On the next slide, you'll see what might an opportunity be. Arts and culture. Arts and culture generate about $6.2 billion in economic activity for the state overall, about $385 million in tax revenue. So this might be an opportunity as we think about downtown, right? In addition to the stores, in addition to the restaurants, in addition to the bars, how do we drive more tourism, and can arts and culture fit into that? On the next slide, so I said I've done a lot of work. I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of cultural districts. It's a designation you get from the Texas Commission on the Arts. You have one in Amarillo, you have one down in Lubbock, and you have one up in Canadian. What are the opportunities to try to pull resources together, focused on downtown, take advantage of the museum, and think about a cultural district designation, which opens up funding opportunities from the state? And why that's important is I saw in the Amarillo newspaper, it looks like a new cultural foundation is forming between the museum, between Palo Duro Canyon and the university. I don't know a lot about it, but it talks a lot about arts and culture, which fits exactly into this. Again, you've got to be a cultural district to apply for funding. You're not guaranteed to get it. There's about 50 of these across the state, but these are the kinds of things that I bring to the table. This is my role on the team. On the next slide, and I could talk on and on and on. How do we pay for stuff? I noticed in the RFP you talked about tax increment financing, tourism. Done a bunch of those from Odessa. Actually, Big Spring called me last week and has asked me for a proposal to look at a downtown tourist there. Done a bunch of these. The trick with tax increment financing, if you like the buildings you have and you don't necessarily want to tear them down and rebuild them, you may not get a lot of property value growth. Does that make sense? So the tax increment financing works based on new increment. Nothing wrong with keeping what you have. But if you don't grow the property values, the tax increment financing may not be the best way to go for you. So we'd have to look at things like PIDs and public-private partnerships. Another thing to look at, I think you have a third hotel opening, a fourth hotel, there's a new one coming. You generate about $250,000 a year in hotel occupancy tax, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Correct.
You can allocate, now I don't know how you spend it, this is a little political, but you can allocate 15% of that to cultural arts if you want. You could allocate 15% of that to historic preservation. Again, that may be another funding source that we could look at, because we're going to come up with lots of great ideas. I think you have a 4B, you're a 4B city for sales tax, so you're not 4A, you're 4B. Again, that money's typically, everyone's coming to them looking for money. So my job is to take what they come up with, marry it with market reality, and then actually figure out how you can pay to get what you want. I always say to cities, you can always wait for state and federal grants. You don't know if you're going to get it. So we got to figure out a strategy to leverage local resources to pay to implement the strategies and recommendations that come out of plan. So I'm not the exciting guy, I'm not the planner, I'm the numbers guy, so that's my role.
I wanted to bring out the math guy and show the math.
Their heads all went down to go to sleep, I saw when I was talking.
Yeah. So we take that and we start taking that market information. We start figuring out what is the magic sauce in downtown Canyon, and how do we make that a reality. So what we do is we start figuring out, okay, where are those pieces of property that are just about ready to pop? What are those little? What are the different public improvements that, if you execute them well, might cause things to happen around them? And then how do we actually create a strategy forward on that? We have a great record of success with this. We oftentimes even see this start during the plan. In Midlothian, for example, they adopted a plan 4 months later. This particular catalyst was an adaptive reuse. It was the biggest eyesore in their downtown. And everybody had said, this owner is not going to work with us. Absolutely not. No way, no how. Well, it turned out that owner was really just waiting for the city to come up with a plan for what they wanted it to be. And now they're actually under contract to purchase that from the owner at a very reasonable price. We didn't gouge them or anything on it. So that way they can start moving in that direction towards implementation. That was an approach that they thought that they were very comfortable with. You can do this other ways. You can do different types of incentive programs, things like that, just to help out, just let the private sector do it on its own. That's the great thing about this type of work. So many ways to solve the problem. We look at your land use and character. So it's not just looking at how's the property used, but how does it interact with the world around it and the properties adjacent to it, and figure out, okay, what's that character today and what does that need to be going forward? And from there, we're able to start illustrating this and figure out, okay, what do these catalysts need to look like? What are they going to feel like? What are the key characteristics of them that will make them successful? What's really important in this is, how do you do this incrementally? Because if you're waiting for the white horse, the night on the white horse, you might be waiting a while. But if you can find ways to take steps along the way, that does a few things. One is that you actually make progress quicker, so you build momentum. But two, the spectrum of people that can get involved on this suddenly gets much broader. They're not having to get really, really eccentric commercial loan financing. They're able to actually do all kinds of other loan financing that are ideal for like the small types of projects. And that's great because that means that no longer you're waiting for a developer from Amarillo or Lubbock or something like that to come in. Instead, you can be waiting for the dentist to come up with an idea, and then he pulls in some different professionals and is able to pursue an idea. That's actually how downtown Buda started with its redevelopment, a dentist. Then from there, we want to create a vision. So people are very visual. They want to see what something's going to look like, see what it feels like. That's something that we're really great at. And we like to do this in a few ways. We like to do it just with pretty pictures, but we also like to get people outside with it. Go out there, and this works great in COVID especially. Go out there and set up, hey, this might be what this intersection looks like in the future. What do you think? Scribble a note, that type of thing. And then we like to really get deep into the problem solving from that. This is where we look at things like exactly how does your square function. That's where we pull in folks like Kevin St. Jakes out of our group. He is this whiz-bang transportation planner and engineer that I think he has forgotten more about transportation than a lot of people. He just knows everything about it. Skilled in complete streets, knows his TxDOT funding tool backwards and forwards. And that's going to be really important here because one of your major issues is 4th Avenue. It's TxDOT highway. So you have to figure out how to work through their different design manuals, things like that. But the nice thing about it is TxDOT provides paths. You can get to better solutions. You just got to work with your program. That's something that we're really skilled, have a lot of experience with. MPO type funding, various FTA type funding, different category grants, things like that. We're very experienced with all of those issues and can help get things off the ground. But really when we're going through this effort, we're also thinking about what fits you. How do we match your culture here? And that's really where this gets special. That's where my experience becomes really useful. Sitting at a city management chair, you understand what a budget looks like. How does it work? You understand human resources, that you have to tailor this to the capacity of the place. What's cool about this is that there's multiple ways to get there. You don't have to do the big fancy flashy thing. You can keep it simple and still accomplish everything. But it really comes down to what do you really want to be? And just to give you a few examples of where we've done this. So here you see Buda, San Marcos, both in Hays County. What these have in common is they both had key catalyst type things on each end on the end of downtown. They took completely different approaches to how to do it. In the case of San Marcos, it was a university campus. They spent a whole lot of money up front on capital investment, because that's what fit them. In Buda, we took a different approach. We looked at this council and said, okay, why is this not ticking? Why is it just sitting there? It's just an old mill. And we learned, okay, there's certain risk issues that the owners couldn't deal with, and they've been the owners for 80 years. So we're like, okay, well, let's figure out how to deal with that risk. So we did a 380 agreement for economic development, addressed a few of their upfront infrastructure issues, and helped them some with the initial lease up. And then actually even went to meetings with banks to talk to them and talk about the downtown vision, talk about their vision, talk about the feasibility. The bank was very excited about it, because they said, we hadn't seen this before. And so that was a really exciting approach. Georgetown and Kilgore, two very historic cities with tons of history, even some similar architectural things that are going on there. Radically different approaches to preservation. Georgetown is very, very hands-on, deep into it with various preservation regulations. Kilgore is less comfortable with that regulatory approach. And so we found different tools. We found ways to dangle carrots to help get them to their goals. And it's resulted in have really great results. Kilgore's another interesting one because they've got Kilgore College, and it's just kind of a stone's throw from their downtown, not unlike here. Brownsville and Waco are two other really great examples. Very historic places, very different approaches to their downtown. In Brownsville, they were trying to find a way to streamline everything as fast as humanly possible. But they still wanted to maintain their preservation. So we found some really innovative ways to use their historic preservation officer. That helps coming from me. I was a historic preservation officer out of my 17-year career. 13 of those years as historic preservation officers in different cities. So Waco uses a different approach. They use a bunch of different overlay districts and things like that. They both get across the line. They both have great records of success. Waco, everybody's heard of Chip and Joanna Gaines. There's a ton of people that are active in Waco right now. It's a great example of that type of alignment that can happen. And then I want to touch on active implementation during the plan. So the real trendy thing right now in planning is talking about fiscal responsibility. It's very hip, it's very cool, and folks like us are raising their hand and saying, we've always done this. Why is this new? So this is something we ingrained in all of our planning work. We don't want to hand you a plan that the map doesn't work for you. That's probably one of the worst things we can do because you've now given people this hope, this optimism, and then you kick the chair right out from under it. That's not the way to do this. So we take a really careful approach to our implementation, and what we think about is how do you align these things? And one of the key things is looking for how we can amplify it. We like to create decision packages because you can do things in isolation, but sometimes if you take this group of 3 things, it's like doing 6 things in terms of its impact by doing them all together. So we think about those issues. We also look a lot for early wins. If you've ever been through a bond program that had a public election, you want to find that early win for the taxpayer because they want to know, okay, we've trusted you with funds. Are you going to go do something? And can you do it? Are you competent? And you want to create that faith with your citizens that you're going to really get things done. Plus, it builds momentum. When they see something happen, then something they get engaged. And they'll come to you and say, hey, I've got this idea about doing a public art program. I'm telling you a real story, actually. This is from San Marcos, where there were a few actions that happened, and then somebody popped up and said, hey, can we do a mural arts program? It's now probably the example of a mural arts program in Texas in terms of effectiveness and impact. We want to look at cost estimating. And what's really important to think about with this is, what's your path going to be going forward? Because you can structure these a lot of different ways. You can keep them really general. If you're thinking you want to get things shovel-ready, you can focus on breaking out design versus construction cost. You can break down that construction cost really detailed. If you've got a super talented public works crew that wants to do part of it themselves, you can do all those types of things through this, and we're very comfortable in that environment. But really heading towards a wrap-up, I want to talk a little about what we've done and why it's relevant. So, Edmond, Oklahoma, downtown master plan. So, what you'll see in some of these is, with a lot of these, is we're all about this market alignment, getting that on board. They were linking with their local university. It's actually a university with a lot of similarities to West Texas A&M. They have a small historic core, and we followed this through with designing a new plaza in their downtown, which was a historic plaza. We even took old playground equipment and turned it into a public art piece because people loved it. It was this great rocket-looking climbing equipment from the kind of the space race era. And so we pulled that type of thing in to make it really special. Longview has this similar connection with a university, Laterno University. And there we've actually moved on to dealing with integration of gateways with their downtown. That's something that we think is going to be really relevant here in Canyon. They also have this historic area and Main Street program, not unlike here. This is a spin-off of the comprehensive plan. Port Arthur is one where you might think it's not relevant, but I love to tell this story because Port Arthur is one of those cities that a lot of people bet against. And there's nothing that makes me madder as a planner than when people bet against a place. And this was great because it was figuring out what would the market actually do in a downtown that had really been vacated almost. And how do you deal with infrastructure issues to get everything back on board, including hurricane-related issues. You don't have hurricanes here, so that's good. You do have blizzards though. And then how to connect with Lamar State College. But what's neat about this is that through this process, a developer came forward and said, hey, I'm interested in doing something here. That has actually led to one of the oil and gas companies choosing to move their headquarters into downtown. 250 jobs, boom, right into their downtown. And that's the kind of thing where if you align really well, that kind of thing can happen. Kilgore, I've mentioned, connecting with Kilgore College. And they were focused on how do we create these engaging public spaces, but how do you do it in a way where you don't have a lot of fiscal resources involved? They are not sitting on giant piles of money. And so they were looking for ways that we could get there. We helped them with that. But really when we start thinking about what makes us special, there's 4 differentiators. So you've heard us talk about this local knowledge, fresh perspective. So high on the fresh perspective. This is our local knowledge. Erica will also be involved with this project, Erica Craycraft, if you know her from some of the other work. We are visionary implementers. We like to create these visions, but more than anything, we love seeing things get built. And we like to be the ones to build it, but if you have somebody else that builds it instead of us, that's great too. We'll still show up for a ribbon cutting. We get really excited about that. We have this great record of success. We don't do plans that sit on shelves. We do plans that get coffee stains. That's our thing. And we have lots of resources. So I want to touch a little bit on a couple of things. You'll have lots of planners talk about policy. Lots of planners talk about ideas. We do this stuff. This picture in the top middle is a building I own. I have done preservation myself. I have done asbestos remediation. I have done lead paint abatement. I know what it means to ask this of people. I know what it's like when you are going through that house and you find that square nail, and you know that what you thought was a 1970s house is actually a 1930s. We've done things during COVID to help out businesses. We built parklets to help support outdoor dining for local establishments. And we've done really complex industrial stuff like this, like our work in Buda. It's what makes us really special. We don't like to just talk. And really when we think about everything we do, we always tell you, have this big vision, always start small. This is Beautiful Hiker. We created a policy where we could do local retail in downtown Buda. Beautiful Hiker set up. A year later, they moved into a brick and mortar store right next door. Basically, they got to be friends, and they said, yeah, we can squeeze another business in here. So they moved into a brick and mortar. They then opened a second location. Those are the kinds of success stories that can happen when you reduce risk, create lots of entry points for people to invest, and get excited about your downtown. And And why I like to mention that downtown Buda is it's a great example of what I call a bootstrapping approach to downtown planning, where you do just an absolute ton of little things, lots of programming type issues. Regulatory reform is a big one, and that's something we also actually bring as an advantage. We're already working in your code, so if something emerges, we can plug it in there real quick. It was getting some things like our economic programs set up, where they were actually making sense for a small developer. And it's really, one of the funnest things was this idea of creating space for makers, which you probably have heard. I'm guessing you probably heard this from every firm. So in this case, it was this furniture maker called Mockingbird Made. And they set up in a building that hadn't been occupied for probably 15 years in downtown. We had to resolve a ton of building code issues because sawdust is the enemy of fire in all cases. So they actually got set up there, but they created some glass setup where people walking by can see the things getting made. So they're actually part of the activation, even though they're not a retailer per se. And tons of adaptive reuse and creative preservation approaches. We did a lot of advice through this, and it's won a ton of awards from the Downtown Association. And then, of course, your square, because I would be remiss if I didn't start ending this by talking about you. Your biggest challenge is your square, without a doubt. That circulation is challenging. What's great is that we've seen it before. This is the Granbury Town Square. Notice anything familiar about it? It's got that double parking thing going on in the middle of the square, just like y'all. So we were actually brought in there to help resolve that issue. Granbury is considered the most historic square in Texas. It's a big deal. And getting trusted with that was a big deal. And so we were very careful about how we designed this, but one of the most important things we did was a tactical approach. So we came up with ideas, but then instead of just marching onward to construction drawings, we said, okay, let's go test it. Because setting up and doing a whole set of plans, that's expensive. You know what's not expensive? Paint. Paint is cheap, sandbags are cheap. So set it up and test the ideas and see how people respond. See if it does what you think it will. And what was really great here is that they're a nature and heritage tourism place just like y'all. Theirs is Lake Granbury. Yours is Colorado Canyon and this whole great panhandle region. So there, it went from being a source of frustration to this great new opportunity. And we've already, because honestly, we're a bunch of planning nerds, we get excited. We started playing with yours already a little bit just to see what is possible in the downtown. So we started playing around with the right of way just to see what could possibly fit. And there's a lot of really cool ways where you can resolve a lot of problems in your square. You can resolve the issue of traffic going too fast in the square. You can resolve the issues of pedestrians. You can create space for retail activity outside and dining outside. Now, we'll also say that we're not presumptive here. We know this isn't going to be a final solution by any wide stretch. But we can start from ideas like this and figure out, okay, now how do we make it work? How do we accomplish something like this but still preserve those brick streets that are so iconic here? How can we get to that beautification issue? And then also, can we solve multiple problems at once? We've got some drainage issues in downtown too. And if you do these types of things correctly, you can actually check off a whole bunch of issues. You know what makes citizens really happy? When you fix a whole bunch of problems at once. So that's what we want to help you do. We have this great, deep resource at Friesen Nichols, over 900 employees. They're all super smart. I haven't met a dumb one yet. I love working here. We love what we do. And really at this point, what we'd like to hear from you is, what's your big thing? What do you want downtown Canyon to be? And then of course, come with some questions.
Anybody from the public have any comments or questions?
What do we do?
Well, I've got a comment. So, we've kind of been down this road before a little bit and had a plan like this before. And what I'd like to see out of this is with a company like you to steer us through implementation and make sure we can proceed through our plans and in an effective timeline that doesn't take us 15 years to implement some of the things we're talking about. some of your initial thoughts of the wider sidewalks, the outdoor dining, the landscaping with that are very attractive to what I'm thinking. You know, we've heard about the art programs and some opportunities there. That's very attractive to me, and I think they'll have a pretty good grip on what our community's needing just from our previous comprehensive plan. So.
Yeah, one thing I can mention off of that as well is we do a lot of what we call PMCM work, project management, construction management work. In fact, there's a really great example recently from our work in Abilene, where we actually led their capital improvements program for exactly that reason, to help them take plans and turn them into stuff, and do it in a way where the fiscal side of it works really well. We have specialists in funding, we have bond facilitation expertise, lots of things like that that can help you get across that finish line. Plus a lot of background with like financial advising, those types of things. So we're very comfortable in that space.
I was going to mention, Chance mentioned the Granbury. We got that done in about a year, and that was all redone. And the interesting thing about it was, as you mentioned, they weren't quite sure it would work. So we put up the Jersey barricades and the sandbags and paint and all the barricades, and did that for several weeks and watched how it worked. And then everybody said, you know, if it works like this, then maybe we can build it. And then we did the construction plans, and then we built it. So I think some of those kinds of real world thinking when it comes to spending money, you got a lot of space between the courthouse and the face of all your retail buildings. We have some room there. We could actually widen the sidewalks out in front of a lot of the buildings and maybe make that have room. One of the pictures, you know, a lot of room for maybe some outside seating and some walking, and trees and things of that nature. So there's a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of opportunities there that we can actually get some things built. And I think that's what folks want out of the community. You know, we work all over the state, and the distrust that people have for local governments is the lack of vision and the waste of money. And so the way you cut that is you have a plan and you show them what you're going to do, and then you do it. A lot of cities have gotten in trouble with bond referendums and then got the referendum passed, didn't do it. But we, and with Dwight's help, we know a lot of the realities of how things need to work here from a practical standpoint. But I do think we need a vision for something that needs to happen downtown. And we have some room. There's a lot of, I think we solved the parking problem. And solve some of these other problems that are along the way, like the drainage issues. Public really, I'm not sure, cares about the drainage issues. We just need to solve it. But they want an exciting place. You have a lot of people that live close to downtown that could walk or bike down there if we had really cool places for people to hang out. And you got to start. I mean, look at the people that hang out at the coffee shop or other places. And we just need to get more and have a little identity, and I think we could really make something interesting happen.
And I think some of it is also how do you finance it? Is there seed capital up front? I know you have. I'll focus on the TIF and the tourist if you had it in the RFQ or RFP, but just because you put it in place doesn't generate money, right? We got to get new growth and stuff to happen. So some of these infrastructure things Dan and Chance were talking about have to happen first. How do we prioritize what kind of upfront funds we have? Where do they come from so that we can capture that future growth to dedicate to downtown? So when I did a tourist plan for downtown Odessa, they were building a hotel in downtown Odessa. If you open, there's a JW Marriott Hotel going up. And that didn't require incentives. So we were able to put that tourist in place when the property value was low
so we can capture all that growth to dedicate to downtown. Other downtowns I'm working with Chance now, Brownsville, it's historic. Well, they don't want a lot of it to change. Well, it's going to be tough because then you're just counting on appreciation versus maybe a church sells a parking lot or a bank goes away and you build something a lot more expensive. Sales tax is tough, right? So that's, you got to look at hot funds, PIDs, all these kinds of things. I think that's a long answer to, do we have any money up front we can work with? How do we prioritize it to get the biggest bang for the buck to then fund these things over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years?
This doesn't have to be expensive. Programs are not that expensive. You know, a public art program, it's not expensive. That's probably something we would actually stick in the appendix of the plan. Here's a starter for you to work from. You know, things like that can really get things rolling quickly. Things like online marketplace, that's not expensive. It can just be a matter of providing advice to businesses.
Other question?
Just, I mean, I'm gonna come back to the deals, you know, when we start looking at PIDs and the TIFs and stuff, I'm right in line with where you guys are at, and that is a tough deal with the buildings that we do have on our square and what we're dealing with there. You know, there's just, it's real tough because you guys don't get any accolades when you do the infrastructure projects that are mandatory that we're fixing to have to do. You know, whether it's sewer and water and stuff like that. The public doesn't appreciate you guys for those projects, and those are just as important. We realize that, or I realize that, but a lot of our residents don't. And so it puts you guys where we've got to tie that in with this and make sure that we do it right. But we need that impact for the residents to appreciate what y'all are trying to plan for us, I guess. And I want the commission to know that. I want you know, whoever we select to know that that's important.
When we were doing the downtown plan for Kilgore, you can, you know, Josh Selleck, you could call him. We had a lot of property owners downtown complain that they, all the regulations that were in place were impeding their redevelopment of their properties. And things like mandatory sprinkling and things like this that don't fit well with old buildings. And so, but there are ways that you, if you provide fire safety in other ways, that you don't have to do all those things. And so we found that was one of the root causes there. That was there were people down there using downtown buildings for storage. I mean, it's just storage of stuff. And so we said, well, that doesn't help us. And so we worked on those kinds of issues. And so we have a lot of there's a lot of glamorous things that go on in downtowns, but when you think about it, we've got to roll up our sleeves and solve those kinds of things to get you got a wonderful looking courthouse from the outside. When you get just right, you can see all the way through it. I mean, you can see right through it. So maybe that's the centerpiece of the cultural component. So we got to start thinking, got to dream a little bit, but we got to apply some reality to the situation we have here.
I might have mentioned the courthouse too. It's one of the things we talk about. The biggest threat to a historic building is vacancy. When it's vacant, people forget it. So that's something we definitely want to look at.
I mean, in downtown Dallas, I realize Dallas is different, but their old red courthouse, that's not a city office. I mean, excuse me, there's not a county office in it. It's all for weddings and events, and they've turned it into an event center. It's just all it is an historic structure, but inside they've got cultural things going on with paintings, and they rent it out for weddings. It is neat. People like to go there, but there's not a county office in it. Other questions?
All right, if there are no other questions, we will thank you guys. If you want to give them an opportunity to...
Do you have anything else that you want to put a bow on?
Anything to put a bow on. Well, I think if there's any message that we want to convey to you is that, we're not just chasing this project for the sake of chasing a project. We pursued this because we like Canyon. We think that you have a lot going for you here. We're excited about it. We pursue things we get really excited about because when we're excited, y'all get excited, and cool things happen. And we think that Canyon is poised for something really, really special. And we really just want to be a part of that story. We want to help you write that story and really give your citizens something in your downtown to be just really, really excited and really proud of. We want this to be a proud place, and we think that y'all are just like right there, ready to get there. We want to get you across that finish line. But we really appreciate coming out here. We thank you for just bringing us this far, and we're a resource. No matter what happens,
When might you make a choice or decision, and should we leave now, or should we stay, or should we go? What's your path?
I should be getting back to you very soon.
Okay, all right. Well, we thank you for the opportunity and the time, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you.
Great, with that concludes our item 5, and so we'll move on to item 6 after we take a quick 10-minute break. So we'll be back here at 3:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good to see you all again.
Continue the stream.
Yeah.
Roger, again, I want to thank y'all for working on this and moving forward.
Joe, say your comments.
I appreciate y'all moving forward with this and we're getting something in place. This is a big deal for me.
You just got to get started.
Yeah. Somebody's going to say something. All right. Let's write a check. And, it's kind of, if we can get the drainage still fixed and the traffic flow fixed, then all of a sudden we do the sidewalks and have the impact that affects the whole public. And that's what I was trying to relay. And y'all are on that path. It's just how do we get going? And I know that's a problem.
And we just don't do that every day. We need people that do it every day to help us with that.
Well, we can do it right. The $3 million project, or whatever it is, when you start tying it, those are things, nobody sees, nobody appreciates it, nobody appreciates it.
I see it over here. Water, it barely rains. Water pool over here.
I mean, when you got a backhoe right in the middle of the
I didn't even think about the interface. That was a good one.
Oh, Stan, good to see you.
Nice meeting you all.
Like,
It lifted up to the yeah, it's just
Well, they also didn't help it. Actually, which also doesn't. Not that it goes to one occasion, but it doesn't go over well in Austin either. It's like, oh, we have a private lane. It's a big go on occasion. The rest of us. Yeah, but that's a lot of cities. Tourism browse boards,
anyway,
we got the 1,000 people that brought out already in our city limits. We're not giving you anything, but we've been volunteering out there. They say, well, you're coming in, and then it changes. They're saying, well, maybe we can make the number more.
Welcome to 1 acre lot. Well, in the septic, if you ain't
You build a little master plan out there to make it.
But we were talking, it would take us a lot of lots. Typically, they don't need it. We can stack it on 3 elevator. She was down there putting on, I was upstairs. I would just tell you. You're going to there's a
lot going on. Like we said, this reminds me. It's got fun. I'll let down. Look at urban core cities. The urban cities are now, they're the ones taking it. Because everybody's staying home in the suburbs. There's a Chick-fil-A by their house and a Chick-fil-A going downtown.
you know, we have part of it is upstairs, we have 2 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom.
Oh, because y'all got the same distribution, so y'all get the sale. Because it's here. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, I do go upstairs and but I could do that from the outside too.
But you're only getting the out-of-state sales tax on that waiver. You're not getting the in-state, because the comptroller, Hager talked about changing in-state sales, and he said, I'm going to delay it, but you're only out-of-state sales. You're still not, what happened and so then they gave away free, so they gave away so that's what Hager would trade. That's not a bunch of great jobs. He's worried about changing in-state, but you're right, out-of-state.
Sorry,
We can derive that.
first one. That's pretty good. Prosper, again, I'm familiar with that one that they were talking about.
Yeah, the standard.
That's on that project, you know. My daughter, we always went down and say, we had a restaurant downtown called Gina, it's still there, they just remodeling stuff. break bread, it's my kind of bread.
Okay.
You know, biscuit and gravy, all the
Yeah, that's what I read about.
But they're good. But last time we were there, she took us downtown Prosper, which is nothing. It looks like Kidway, Texas, really. Except for now they built a City Hall, which looks like our
Production, they get kids from all over.
courthouse, not quite a square. It's more of a rectangle type thing. It has a tire on top of it. It's your City Hall and our Village Hall and but they've got a lot of the stuff they talked about they did. It's amazing what they did. Because it looks like small town kids. And then you got all around it, it's just all these beautiful homes being built, developments. Now it's
A lot of cities are so giant centers, subsidizing them.
you go from a town smaller than Canyon to 70,000. You gotta get something.
Exactly. That's the best of all worlds.
Last two were good. No, that's, yeah, within their.
Sorry, thank you.
Landlocked. And everything. Frisco's to the south and Bikini and what else is there? Wade Ditch going to the east, it wouldn't be long before it gets. Yeah. Anyway.
All right, it's about 3:50. Let's go ahead and get started back up.
Roger.
That takes us to item number 6, which is to consider and take appropriate action on finalist presentations for the proposed City of Canyon Downtown Master Plan. So, again, kick it to you, sir.
Thanks, Kevin, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, it's the elephant in the room. Let's talk about it. So we've got 3 firms that we've heard from the last 3 hours. Any one of these firms, from John and I's perspective, before we entered this room, knew that they could do it. You know, we feel that anyone we go with is going to be good. It's who's going to be that one that stands out for you guys. And that's what we're going to have to figure out with this conversation here in a minute. We're going to have to rank the 3. Our internal staff team consisted of, can you remind us?
Yeah, we looked at we looked at 5 submittals. 2 of them fell out, so there were 3 that were here. But on that team was Danny and Dan, Joe and myself, Evelyn and Randy Ray, and from EDC, Matt West from the EDC. So there were 7 of us that went through and graded all 5 of those and narrowed that down to 2.
Irony is, we were hoping to narrow it down to 2.
We went into it with 2.
Trying to go for 2. Well, the 3 we ended up were within 1.0 point mark. So they were down to half fractions of 1. So that's why we decided to do 3 today, is because those 3 were so tight, which was ironic in the least, that it wasn't 2 or 3 points, it was 1 or less. So, and these 3 stood out to us.
Right. And I have those scores, if we want to talk about that later or whatever. I have those.
No,
scores. Well, we came in with number 3 was Norris Design, 89.7.
89.7 Norris.
Friesen Nichols was at 90. And Kimberly Horn.
90.0.
Yes. And Kimberly Horn was 90.4.
90.4.
And that was
ironic, and that's from all 7 of us scoring and averaging them together. So,
with a significant difference in the other 2, so we knew that they weren't there. Committee-wise, we talked about lots of advantages and disadvantages to all of those. But everyone felt, again, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2 other people were here. Everybody felt pretty comfortable with these 3 and thought that they were all highly competitive.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think when they go all the 3, like I said, they have positives, and for instance, Friesen Nichols has a long-standing relationship with us. I thought Kimberly Horn had great past experience, relatable to the City of Canyon project, very similar to the downtown square and whatnot. All of them are outstanding candidates as well.
And we are, literally, we know people on all three teams, not personally. I can't say personally, Joe, they know somebody
Yeah,
personally.
several.
But we're acquainted with them. So we're comfortable with those people, whoever they are. We've worked closely with some of them at various times on various projects. And clearly you can see that they all know each other, because they all speak to each other. They've either worked together or worked beside or been introduced to each other various times. So
Definitely very good presentations today. I think they gave us their all. I would like to put Randy Ray in the spot and see how he feels after rating the proposals to the presentations today, being that he's one of y'all's elected officials.
Well, I have a strong forerunner, which was not high on my list when I first graded them in the first go-around. So their presentation changed my mind a little bit on some things.
Definitely worth it, you think?
Definitely worth it. And you know what? And I'm just going to tell you, Freeze and Nichols got me excited about the project. Again, they were not the number one on my list, but they are now. And I just really liked their presentation, and some of the things that I liked about one, I think they got who we were, and probably that has a lot to do with the history that we have with us. Some of the things they talked about are some of the things that I've thought about in the past, but I would like to see downtown. So all that being said, this was a good thing to do, and I think we did bring the best three in, but in my mind, there's definitely a strong front.
I'd like to know if the staff changed their mind after the presentation.
Did you hear what he said, Danny? Did you hear what Cody said?
Today's presentation changed your mind?
I don't think there's super strong front runner. I think those second, third presentations, Freeze and Nichols, Freeze and Horn. I think we could go wrong with either one of those. I really liked the final design. They started talking about Granbury and what that looked like. That's what I had in my mind all along. That's exactly what we're talking about. I don't know if I'm considering the strong front runner. I think we can go wrong with either one.
I think it was basically a dead heat as far as my opinion after the presentation. And I know this is probably going to sound too simplified, but if I were to choose, and if y'all are asking my opinion on who we choose, it's simply Freeze and Nichols, just due to the fact that we're used to those people, we work with those people, they know our city, or knows more about the others than the others. Going back to the presentations, I had it, the way I had it ranked was, what was the first outfit I got?
Norris.
Norris. I had it Norris, Kimley Horn, Freeze, and now I really like Norris's presentation, and I like it because they seemed like they had just a whole different, I don't know, a whole different idea about the process. And I think it was pretty evident in their proposal, and that's why I ranked them number 1 before. But after the presentations, that's just my opinion.
Can I add something else, Joe? One of the things that Freeze and Nichols talked about was creating a cultural district in that part. That really excited me because I actually had a conversation with Dr. Weather this morning about that. I think that could be a really great partnership, and I think that would be a good way for us to get some money.
And remember, that's going to come from everybody. They're all going to present.
Well, but these guys,
They brought it up
They
today.
pushed it more than anyone
They
else.
brought it up, yes, but everybody will.
I really like it.
And it may come out that on any other topics, like, oh, if I like the way that street looked, it may come out that our citizens say that's not how they want that street to look. And that's just the other thing to keep in mind.
Biggest part is we got to find a good list of implementation projects that we can do, that is projects that we can see, and we need to figure out a way to fund it. And those are the big things, and that's where Mr. Ware was kind of mentioning, we need these guys to help us to do that. Can we do it? Yes, but we're gonna need support to do that. For sure.
What's the ballpark price that we're talking about?
It's $175.
Price is in. We know what we're paying.
Yeah, so they know what they're gonna get, whoever gets it, so it'll be pretty short negotiations, whoever we rank in the top. I suspect this being between 8 and 15 month project, maybe actually probably 10 and 15. So that's what we're expecting.
They don't know our workload.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I mean, I'm sure we have lots of questions. But I'd love to hear your own thoughts.
I think you could have taken one thing from all three of them. I think the Norris group relates to Canyon better. I think that those two gentlemen, I'm sorry, we've met so many people, the gentleman that did the majority of the speaking.
Rick and Jason.
Yeah, Rick. I got a Canyon feel for him. But, I thought Jason was extremely intelligent. I thought, in my opinion, they related better to me as a citizen of Canyon. Nothing that has to do with this deal out here in front of me. Nothing that has to do with the work I do. I just felt like they had an idea of what Canyon was about. Now being said, there is a staple, just like Freeze and Nichols said, and I had to go see it for myself, in the state of Texas for squares. And Granbury is it. It's got, checks all the boxes. Of course, it also has a large body of water that's attached to it. So, I think you can take away something from each of them. The last group, Freeze and Nichols, the gentleman that did the presentation, you can tell that he has a passion for what he does. And if you look at their history with our town, then they probably know what's best. But that being said, there's nothing wrong with changing things up.
F and I definitely worked with us probably the most. Leonard Ripley was with F and I. He's our environmental specialist. He's been working with Dwight and I, Dan, a lot. And right now, Dan, Sethko, and Erica are working with those same fits on our subdivision regulations, and Danny on those, and John and zoning. And so they've been working. We want someone just to, streamline in. Freeze Nichols is the way to go. They're already engaged already in multiple facets. But then, like Roger said, we want someone like he said with Freeze Nichols is about the staff said would be seamless transition. But that doesn't mean it's the right one to choose.
I'm going to jump in there, and I'm going to say that, in my opinion, and you all have not, unless you went through and looked online at their proposals, the team with the most, that has done the most work in downtowns is Kimberly Horn. The team that has worked together the most has been Kimberly Horn. And the team that I think between the two, between Kimberly Horn and Freeze and Nichols, sometimes it's good to dance with a new girl. And so I personally lean more toward Kimberly Horn in that it's a new perspective. It's someone looking at what we've already done and then bringing some fresh ideas to that process.
I think another thing, if you look at Elizabeth, they've all worked on multiple projects in the same town.
They've all
Notice
moved
McKinney
around.
was one of them.
They've all moved around.
Georgetown was one of them.
They move around. And they complete different pieces. They'll even team with each other. There's been, I might hire Kimberly Horn's not gonna hire an engineer, but they might hire some other firm to come in and do other work for them. It might have been Freeze and Nichols.
Mr. Lyons, may I pick your brain of what your thoughts are?
Bill, thank you. As Joe has said, they will all be able to perform the work.
What about this week? No, I like the idea of change. Doesn't make me, they're all pretty good. Gary Young?
Gary, can you hear us?
I can. Yeah, it was like being at three big firms. I wonder, how big an advantage Freeze and Nichols would be since we've already worked that with them, but I also see the advantage of going somebody different too. Honestly, the Norris firm, to me, sounded like they had some creative pieces in there that they might bring to the table, and looked like they'd done some good planning already, thinking through on the square, but not having those too many parking places with it. One piece that just hit me was, or a couple, really some emphasis on getting some landscaping in there, but also the roundabouts sounded interesting. Sounded like, maybe they tried to think of some things outside the box. So.
Mr. Jones?
Well, I'm obviously this is not my forte, so I'm definitely gonna lean heavily on the staff recommendation. Maybe I've oversimplified as a traffic plan and an infrastructure plan.
Those are two major issues that clearly going to surface.
So those are probably the only two that we could afford to do right now. So for me to really stretch out and think that they're going to expand much further, nobody really, I'll be honest with you, I thought, and I understand the complicated balls in the air and the juggling of three different entities and with the Historic Commission and Randall County and us. Nobody tackled the big elephant in the room, which is, it was mentioned, but nobody said, hey, have y'all thought about this with that huge building that's completely empty in the middle of your square?
You aren't the only one thinking of it.
So I thought that was pretty weak.
Freeze and Nichols would have been the only group that would be very much aware of that.
If you're not aware that building is empty and just a little Google research to find out that it's been a little bit of a fight, I think it would have been, it's an obvious issue in our community and it got overlooked. So that's somewhat frustrating to me. Maybe there was a reason.
Well, I do appreciate them bringing it up, at least that last one.
Yeah. Well, it's because it was an ongoing conversation during the comprehensive we were aware of. So I probably do oversimplify it and say, I wish we just asked for a traffic plan and that probably helps address some of our drainage, and the sewer is pretty simple. So I do oversimplify it in my mind. So I would just kick it back to staff to see who, they really prefer to work with. When I look at Freeze and Nichols, we say that Granbury is the best. Granbury is what we look like today. Granbury is what we want to look like tomorrow. Freeze and Nichols did it. It makes perfect sense to me. I would hate to go and reinvent the wheel and try something that isn't going to work out for us. But that's my 2 cents.
I was going to ask the rest of the staff and maybe back to you.
No, whatever they all like, I like to change. I would change from Freeze and Nichols if I know it can go.
Fresh perspective.
Yeah. I already know what they want to do. But they don't make any difference. They're all pretty good.
Mr. Brown. Any feelings? I know you're involved in 3 ways on this, but any gut feelings?
It's hard for me to say because I'm not working with whoever you work with. So here's the deal. Paul asked me what I thought was the most important. So I told him all these 3 things were important. Traffic flow, parking, and make it aesthetically pleasing. And I said, there's drainage problems, and there's water and sewer, there's line problems, but nobody probably wants to hear about those. Those are either problems. Norris are planners. The other 2 are engineers. And so you saw more of a planner's perspective in one and the engineering perspective way Kimley Horn covered it for years, they did their practices. Okay. That's what I thought. So, I've never worked with Norse, so I don't know. Kimberly Horn, I reviewed several things and worked on projects associated with them, but never with them. And the reason that was I worked with them on projects since the mid-80s. And not just once in a while, and that's continuous. So I know them very well. So but I wouldn't have a problem if you picked any of the three. I've gone over with it, I've watched some of the proposals, I don't have a problem with any of them. That's how I see it.
Thanks, Clark. Bill?
Oh, yes, me. I'm just here to listen. I only heard the last two, so it's hard to give a fair estimate. But I will say, being familiar with Freeze Nichols to me is important. But I will also tell you, the second group, when they talked about what they did around Prosper, I actually saw that take place, and it's amazing what they were able to do. You know, little bit different situation, bigger city than what we are, but still they did great things in that area. And but I'll be honest with you, I'm an old person, and familiarity is important to me. But I also will tell you, I'm not afraid of change either. So this is y'all's decision. I'm here to listen and to learn and to support you whichever way you go.
Thanks, Bill. Dennis, anything you want to add?
No, sir, I missed most of the second presentation, so it wouldn't really be fair for me to compare anything.
Rush?
No, sir, this is all stuff I don't know much about, so I don't.
Sean, did you want to add anything?
I like Freeze and Nichols for sure. You know, they mentioned the courthouse. It's something I was looking for from all three of them. But yeah, I like the feeling I got with their presentations.
Chief Brush, you wouldn't save us $175,000 and just write a little traffic plan real quick?
He's got school zone to figure out in spring.
I'm still trying to figure out the whole sign and school zone thing. Yeah, don't confuse me with anything else.
I mean, you got 18 months.
I'm only good with so many problems at once, you know.
Get together and
I didn't know I was the chief traffic official until I got here. That wasn't on the job description.
Very small print in the bottom.
I think it's other duties as a sign down there at the bottom.
Yeah.
I have a question for Dwight. You said two are engineers and one's a planner. Okay?
Can I answer that before he does?
Sure.
There's planners on all three.
Right.
I know what you're going to ask. Go ahead.
Firms. That's what I was going to say.
So, is it easier for you to work with somebody who's not an engineer, or is it easier for you to work with somebody who has multiple engineers on their staff?
I can work with anyone.
With his inference that I was saying, on the planner side, sometimes they're more dreamers. And so sometimes that dream is hard to become a reality. Where engineers think from a logical, practical stance. Not as creative a lot of times, but what they do think of can be implemented and built or created. And so there's a little gap in between those.
The two engineers had financial people with them too.
Yes, they did.
So
That's huge.
Are you on their team?
I'm on all three teams.
Are you on the other two that didn't make it?
Well, Kendrick Keast and Redundant. He was just as a conference. I don't know if they ever reached out.
I can't remember who I talked to. I knew that I was on the horses team, the Nichols team, 2 days ago. I came in more contact me and said they were like it.
Was that pretty typical for city engineers to be recruited to a team when they're being?
We encouraged it in our RFQ.
It's not unusual what I did today either, because I've got the ultimate contract with West Texas A&M University, and like when they did the stadium, there were 4 selected. I was with 2 of them, not with 2. Okay, and then when they did and I wasn't in the one that was selected. When they did the original athletic I was with one.
and we put it in the RFQ and we encouraged it simply because there will be work that he will need to do. And we wanted that work to be on Kimberly Horn's $175,000 dime and not on the City of Canyon's dime. To be,
And he's already done some work, Cody.
and he can share that with them.
That was the big aspect.
This is not unusual for me to do. And I tell them up front that I will not disclose anything between, I'll give them my ideas, or if they ask me a question, I give it to them. But I don't disclose anything between, I'm going to do, I've seen all presentations.
All right, so the expectation from this body would be what?
To rank them from.
1 through 3.
Yes, rank them 3.
Okay.
And then to authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract with the top recipient. And if that doesn't fail, then, the next one.
So we can do that now, or we can do it Monday.
That's correct. We just, out of an abundance of caution, we have it on the agenda for Monday, just out of an abundance of caution. Staff, John and I both have talked extensively. We would like to have that done today, just to get it moving off our plate. As we try to move, like every one of you has mentioned that you want to get this moving. That's how we feel, and we think a decision should be
And I
made.
think the citizens will appreciate that we showed some pace to this. I'm willing to do it today.
Yeah, it's fresh on our minds. I think we should have it today.
Which sounded like a motion. I'd love to hear it in the form of a motion.
All Friesen Nichols, Kimley Horn, and Norris. That was the opposite order. Norris. So we saw Norris first, and then second, and then Friesen Nichols.
So probably what I would ask is that, let's just try it easy the first time. And somebody wants to make a motion in reference to a ranking, and if it gets a second, great, and if it gets a vote, we'll just end it there. If it doesn't, we'll backtrack and do some kind of grade school secret ballot thing.
Yeah, or you can write one, each one of y'all can write 1, 2, and 3 down, and I can formulate based on that, Chuck, would that be acceptable? So if you want to individually write your 1, 2, 3 and give them to us, and say, hey, this firm's got this many number ones and such, and we can do it that way too. It's whatever your discretion.
If somebody wants to give me a motion to a ranking and a second, and then we can vote on it.
Member Tim, I move that we rank the 3 finalist presentations, Norris Design, Kimberly Horn, and Friesen Nichols.
Would you tell us the order that you want those in?
As read?
As it say number 1.
Oh, okay. Number 1, Friesen Nichols. Number 2, Norris Design, and number 3, Kimberly Horn.
Got a motion, do I have a second? Mr. Mayor, I guess you would be secondable here, if you're so willing.
I'll say.
Okay. Got a motion and second. Do we have any other discussion? Want to throw some points out before we take a vote here, so we don't? All right, so if there's no further discussion, all in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. What I did there?
Yeah, he's good.
That's a.
It was like 3
Gary,
seconds.
which way were you voting there?
Or are you waiving?
Bueller?
I actually voted opposed.
Okay.
Okay. Motion passes on 4-1.
Yep.
All right. And with that, that brings us to item 7. And I guess somebody's going to have to make a motion here.
You're done.
I'll move we adjourn. All right, we stand adjourned.
Thank y'all for the